was about the dogs. Nah, it's about power. Yeah. Put up to the specialty, sunrise on the ground. Dogs in the grooming tents, whispers all around. Catalog smiles with the tension in the air. Every handshake got a hidden little snare. Bored in the backbone, running quiet little schemes. Bylaws in the pocket like a stack of poker dreams. Slayers for the breed, but they guarding their throne. If you question anything, they coming for your bone. Grievance in the envelope, certified mail. Club just a system, but the deck.
Before the Cane Corso had an American story, it had a storm dark crossing. In 1988, Michael Satelli Sr. was traveling through Sicily for a family wedding when he found an elderly farmer beside powerful black guardian dogs. Satelli knew mastiffs, but these were different. The farmer called them Branchietto Siciliano. They were, in truth, the rare Cane Corso. A deal was made, and a pregnant female, Saracina, was arranged for shipment to America. But she was late in pregnancy. Somewhere over the Atlantic, inside a wooden crate, Saracina began to whelp. The first American Cane Corsos were arriving before the plane touched down. The litter was completed in Satelli's New Jersey basement. Saracina did not survive, but her 13 of her 14 puppies did. 13 puppies became the foundation of the American Cane Corso. Strong, consistent, athletic, unforgettable. From that litter came names that shaped the breed's future, including Kokomo, Duro, Ballo Orso, Bruno, Tori, Bedusa, Malocchia, and Coke. Linda Sanino, Ed Hodas, and Linda Valentine helped carry the story forward. In August 1990, Bedusa and imported Santino produced the first completely American-bred Corso litter. Recognition followed: the American Rare Breed Association in 1994, the World Canine Organization in 1996, and the American Kennel Club in 2010. A breed crossed an ocean and built a legacy.
Well, there you have it. So welcome back. If you're new here, welcome. If you're returning, welcome back. So apparently there is a 3-part version to this story, and this is the beginning. So here is the history that we all love and adore. So I'm going to play, that was the 3rd part apparently, and this is part 2. So let me get part 1 for you, because I want to, apparently yesterday we did a reaction to David Wentworth, or whatever the hell his name is, his 2-part thing on YouTube, interview on YouTube, and ever since then, wow, it has popped off in the comments. So I decided to give you, now that they're doing history, apparently now we're doing history. We're doing little make-believe history. So I'm going to give you the 2-part information, or this 3-part information, and then we're going to get into the history and study of the working dog. We're going to read the comments because, well, he pretty much tells the Italian people that they're full of shit. They don't know what they're talking about. And it pretty much set the community on fire. And yeah, it's a good read. It's pretty funny. Because apparently he's the only one. He is the only one that knows the true Corso history. He's the only one that knows how to breed a dog, what a true Corso is or should be. The comments are pretty funny. It's pretty on fire. He actually told Italian people, since English isn't their first language, they're low IQ. There's amazing comments in there. I thought we should go over them. I just think it's amazing what this breed is turning into, the breeders of this breed. And he literally told people that have studied this breed, have been in the breed way before it ever came to America's shores, that they could suck his dick. They didn't know what the true Corso was, which I find amazing. I mean, that'd be like me going back to Louis Doberman and telling Louis Doberman that he could suck my dick because he didn't know what a Doberman was or what a true Doberman was. And that the books were wrong. The books that were written about the true Corso history in Italy were wrong. So I thought we would go over that because, like, it's amazing. It's amazing that people would actually, that this 27, 28-year-old kid would literally tell people they have no idea how to breed a true Corso when he's literally mixing dogs. Not like mixing lineage, like American and Italian. Yeah, books he said he didn't read. Thank you, K9. Books he said he didn't read, when people are literally showing him screenshots in the comments. And okay, no problem. I appreciate you being here. But like they're showing him screenshots and he's literally saying that the books are wrong. So I thought we would go over it, but I thought this 3-part story, the AI story, was amazing because it furthers exacerbates this myth of this bullshit. So this was sent to me this morning. So here is, I guess this is part 1. It just furthers goes into this shit. So I played part 3 already, but I'm gonna play part 1 now, and then I'll go back and play it. But I thought that would be a great opening to this bullshit that is going on. This breed is going to hell in a handbasket, and it's going down fast. So let's play this.
Essentially a ghost. By the 1970s, the Cane Corso was essentially a ghost. The rise of modern mechanized farming had replaced the need for working dogs, and the devastation of 2 world wars pushed the breed to the absolute brink of extinction. It survived only in the memories of a few rural Italian farmers. The breed's miraculous recovery was sparked in 1973 by a letter from Professor Giovanni Bonatti, which inspired a researcher named Dr. Paolo Breber to search for surviving dogs.
And that's the guy that David Breber, Dr. Breber, was the guy that David said he could suck his dick.
At the same time, a traveling salesman named Vito Indiveri began rediscovering the dogs of his grandfather's era on remote dairy farms in Puglia in Sicily. Indiveri used a rustic foundation dog named Plude to help preserve the bloodline. In 1979, Breber, alongside enthusiasts Stefano Gandolfi and Luciano Malavasi, launched a rescue mission to Puglia to gather the last remaining foundation stock. The Malavasi brothers produced vital early litters from dogs named Downo and Tipsy. This pairing produced Basir, the dog who would become the primary model for the breed's official standard. In 1983, these dedicated men formed the Society of Cane Corso Lovers to protect the breed's future. Finally, in 1987, Dr. Antonio Morciani drafted the official standard, officially rescuing the Corso from history's graveyard. The Cane Corso didn't just survive ancient warfare and the collapse of empires. Thanks to the relentless dedication of a few Italian visionaries, it conquered total extinction to remain the ultimate canine bodyguard. And the story doesn't end there. Stay tuned for part 3. The Cane Corso comes to America.
Part 3, is this okay? So that's 1, and then I'm going to do part 2. It just gets wild. But those were the founders. They wrote books, and David literally says they don't know what the hell they're talking about. They didn't study the breed, apparently. I don't know. So I'm guessing this is part 2. Hang on.
The rise of modern mechanized farming had replaced the need.
Shit. Okay, maybe I did part 2. So is this part 3? Hang on. Did it say is this part 2? Oh, this is part 1. Sorry, this is part 1. I did it out of order. I'll have to do it over again. My bad.
War dog charging into. Imagine a massive war dog charging into battle for the Roman Emperor Marcus Aurelius, wearing heavy armor and carrying a bucket of flaming oil on its back. The story of the Cane Corso actually begins in ancient Greece with the descendants of Achilles. In the region of Epirus, the Molossian tribe bred giant guardian dogs to protect their flocks and estates. When the Roman Empire conquered Greece in 146 BC, soldiers were mesmerized by these massive hounds. They brought the dogs back to Italy and crossed them with native breeds to engineer a legendary canine soldier, known as the Canis Pugnax. The Romans utilized these dogs as fearless auxiliary warriors. Emperor Marcus...
Yeah, y'all see the flaming buckets of oil on their back? I don't know how they just stood there. This is wild.
Aurelius formally employed them in his legions, outfitting them with mail armor and spiked collars. They were famous as Pyriferi, charging enemy cavalry lines with buckets of flaming oil strapped to their backs to unseat riders. But when the Roman Empire fell in 476 AD, these warriors needed a new job. They became the ultimate Italian farmhand and civilian protector. Their very name, Cane Corso, roughly translates from Latin to mean bodyguard dog or guardian of the courtyard. For centuries, they guarded rural estates, tracked wild boar, and
it means coursing dog. It does not mean what the fuck.
bear, and worked as catchdogs. They were strong enough to incapacitate an angry bull by the nose and clever enough to safely pin down fiercely protective mother hogs so farmers could collect newborn piglets. Their fierce reputation was even cemented in history by raiders, like Giovanni Verga, who wrote in 1881 that a bad character bites worse than a Cane Corso. But the 20th century would bring the greatest threat the Cane Corso had ever faced, one that nearly wiped them from existence entirely. That story is next.
Oh,
Imagine a massive war dog.
That's wild. That's wild. I guess their buckets were made of metal too, because I don't know how the fuck they were around with buckets of flaming oil on their back. These stories are wild. Okay, so that's part 1. So then part 2 is going to be the they were almost extinct. Wow. This is wild.
Corso was essentially a ghost. By the 1970s, the Cane Corso was essentially a ghost. The rise of modern mechanized farming had replaced the need for working dogs, and the devastation of 2 world wars pushed the breed to the absolute brink of extinction. It survived only in the memories of a few rural Italian farmers. The breed's miraculous recovery was sparked in 1973 by a letter from Professor Giovanni Bonatti, which inspired a researcher named Dr. Paolo Breber to search for surviving dogs. At the same time, a traveling salesman named Vito Indiveri began rediscovering the dogs of his grandfather's era on remote dairy farms in Puglia in Sicily. Indiveri used a rustic foundation dog named Plude to help preserve the bloodline. In
It's actually Plud, but okay.
1979, Breber, alongside enthusiasts Stefano Gandolfi and Luciano Malavasi, launched a rescue mission to Puglia to gather the last remaining foundation stock. The Malavasi brothers produced vital early litters from dogs named Downo and Tipsy. This pairing produced Basir, the dog who would become the primary model for the breed's official standard. In 1983, these dedicated men formed the Society of Cane Corso Lovers to protect the breed's
Hear me out. Hear me out. Even if that nonsense was true, I don't know. Well, hang on, because I got to play part 3, and part 3 you'll be like, oh, okay, now I see. I played it at the very beginning.
future. Finally, in 1987, Dr. Antonio Morciani drafted the official standard, officially rescuing the Corso from history's graveyard. The Cane Corso didn't just survive ancient warfare and the collapse of empires. Thanks to the relentless dedication of a few Italian visionaries, it conquered total extinction to remain the ultimate canine bodyguard. And the story doesn't end there. Stay tuned for part 3, The Cane Corso Comes to America. By the
Cane Corso comes to America. Here it is, guys.
Cane Corso had an American story. Before the Cane Corso had an American story, it had a storm dark crossing.
Oh no.
In 1988, Michael Satelli Sr. was traveling through Sicily for a family wedding when he found an elderly farmer beside powerful black guardian dogs. Satelli knew mastiffs, but these were different. The farmer called them Branchiato Siciliano. They were, in truth, the rare Cane Corso. A deal was made, and a pregnant female, Saracina, was arranged for shipment to America. But she was late in pregnancy. Somewhere over the Atlantic, inside a wooden crate, Saracina began to whelp. The first American Cane Corsos were arriving before the plane touched down. The litter was completed in Satelli's New Jersey basement. Saracina did not survive, but her 13 of her 14 puppies did. 13 puppies became the foundation of the American Cane Corso. Strong, consistent, athletic, unforgettable. From that litter came names that shaped the breed's future, including Kokomo, Duro, Ballo Orso, Bruno, Tori, Bedusa, Malocchia, and Coke. Linda Sanino, Ed Hodas, and Linda Valentine helped carry the story forward. In August 1990, Bedusa and imported Santino produced the first completely American-bred Corso litter. Recognition followed: the American Rare Breed Association in 1994, the World Canine Organization in 1996, and the American Kennel Club in 2010. A breed crossed an ocean and built a legacy.
Oh, you gotta love it. So there's the myth. Yep, she came into JFK Airport, started having her puppies. There's so many stories about that. She had them in the van, she had them in the basement, she had them at the airport. She, like, all this stuff. She survived, she didn't survive. There was 13 puppies. Now there are apparently 14 puppies. Apparently there was just so many. Oh, you're gonna love it. It's just hilarious. So then we go to David's 2 posts. So he has 2 posts. He has this post where he's bringing it back to the glory days of Alderac, which is Mike Satelli's lines, his kennel. He's going to bring him back to the glory days. And there was a lot of comments. Mid-flight, yep, on a 24-hour journey. She started giving birth, then stopped, got to his basement, finished giving birth, and then randomly died. Yes. So the story is that she started having puppies on the plane, then had them, which she died in mid-whelp. Then It was, she started having them as she was getting off the plane, finished having them in the van. Then there was another story that she had them as she was getting off the plane, finished having them in the van, and they had to stop at a rest area. Then there's another story that she got off the plane, started having them in the van on the way back from JFK Airport, finished having in the basement. At no time did the bitch die except for when she was on the plane. So nobody really truly knows the whole real. No, this is the problem. The dog never really existed because this is supposed to be the Sarah dog that I showed you yesterday. The part rot, part Pitbull dog. So this is supposed to be the Sarah dog that came from Italy, but she's not, now that we all know the truth, because the myth has been broken over so many years because Linda Valentine was in Santino gave out all the information, and once Mike Satelli's wife, once they got a divorce and all that stuff, she didn't really give a shit about telling anybody the truth. So it was all bullshit. They never brought in Corsos until 91, 92. And that was Ed Hodis and Chrissy actually imported Corsos. It wasn't until then that actual Corsos were actually brought in. And then Ed Hodis and Chrissy said they looked so bad, they couldn't get consistency. They looked like mongrels. They'd had bad temperaments, all this stuff. There's actual articles where they talk about it, that they just started giving the dogs away because they had horrible temperaments. They weren't consistent. They didn't look good. And they didn't look like the Corsos that they thought they should. Again, it wasn't what they look like, because now they're taking Corsos, real Corsos from Italy that they imported, and breeding them to this Mike Satelli bullshit. So of course they're not going to get Corsos, and of course they're not going to look good, because you're breeding a mutt, a band dog that is who knows what. But we do know 3 breeds for sure, which is Neo, Roddy, and Pitbull mix, right? Bred to a Corso from Italy. So they're breeding that together and trying to get some consistent looking Corso. And they're not getting it. So they just gave them away. And they had bad temperaments, really bad temperaments. And Chrissy Hodis talks about that. If you look up molosser.com, there's articles where they talked about how bad they were. So he writes this. If I only knew about the Corso from what we just watched, I'd say it's fishy as fuck. Well, this is the thing. So then you have Mickey Jr. go around doing all these interviews, and he couldn't even keep the story straight. Not only that, Mike Sr. wrote a fucking book. And he writes in the book that he went to a wedding in Italy, and he had his driver stop by because he's seen these dogs up on a hill, just like you see in this stupid little AI video. Stop because he's seen this farmer up on a hill with these dogs, and he's like, oh my God, these dogs are so beautiful. They look like the dogs that my grandfather used to have. My grandfather used to have. And so he stopped and he made a deal. The guy didn't want to sell them, blah, 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 but he made some kind of deal to import them, right? So he talks about this in his own book that Mike Sr. wrote. When you talk to Mickey, it's a whole different story. He went to some wedding, yes, but on a countryside, and he was the one driving, and he stopped, and but then the story changes on who got the dogs, who whatever. But Linda Santino is the one who apparently was the one who whelped the litter. It wasn't Mickey Jr. and his dad in the basement in New Jersey. The Sicilians would say that they went to Sicily, not Italy. Right. So it's all weird, and it depends on what story and who he's talking to on what information you get. Because Mickey Jr., depending on what year it is and who he's talking to, depends on what story you get. And not only that, he will tell you the good combination is Mickey Jr. himself will be Neo, Roddy, a little bit of Pitbull, and some Fila. So why would he say that if to make his dad's recipe? He knew the recipe. Well, if you were importing from Italy, why would you know the recipe? I mean, it's all just really weird and odd, and like there's so many out there, and depends on who he talks to and all this crap. And like I said, they're readily available. It's on YouTube. Which is how you get all this information. And of course, if you talk to Linda, and if you look even in the database, if you look up dogs, you can go to Corso. Oh, that one. No, it's not what I wanted. I looked up a different one. Oh, you can't look. I forgot you can't look up by. You can't look up by stupid thing anymore. By breeder. Somehow it's illegal. I have to go clear back on Tony's pedigree and find it real quick. But you can look up and see her dogs seriously were crazy pit bull looking. Give me just 1 second and I'll find it for you, because you can't deny that they weren't pit bull. Oh, that's because this is okay. So this is a Corso rot mix. So I think it's coming from the rot. I love when you look up breeds too, and you get this, right? So you have Santino, you have this dog, and then nothing. Well, we know these two dogs, but we have no idea what's behind these two dogs. Nothing? Are you sure about that, Linda? She's got one dog. I wish you could still look up people. Like this dog. We have one dog. We know what this dog is. Nothing behind it. Nothing at all. I have no idea where that dog came from. just out of the blue. It's just that dog. Trying to think of what that damn dog's name is. Like, look at this dog. This dog is not Neo at all. Not at all. Most of these dogs allow you to blow them up even further. And there's no Neo on that dog at all. Ugly heads. Hey, who did she put this? No pictures. Is it Salesman? No. It's a very famous dog. I hate that they don't allow you to look up stupid people anymore. Sorry it's taking me so long. I know you guys hate when I do this. It must not have been under her name. Oops. Damn it. All right. So now I gotta figure out Valentine. Old world. Oh, I'll figure it out. Anyway. Neo. Right? He's wetter than paint, right? It's Leah. I think it's Linda Valentine sitting with her. Maybe it's Linda Santino. One of the Lindas. Like, I love this dog. Just nothing. Just there's a dog. Just no pedigree behind it. So let's go with so we're looking for old. Oh, 88. Picture. No, oh, that's it. Okay. That's not it. Oh, Jesus. Oh, this is going long. In 2016. Jesus. Here's just a bitch with no sorry damn, no idea. Wait. Oh, okay. So that dog. So this bitch produced that. All right. This is crazy. Nineteen, 21, 21, 20. Uric. Nothing but epilepsy. Isn't Hulk Hogan? Yeah. I thought Hulk Hogan was what's his face's dog. Okay. I don't know. I'm still looking for that stupid dog. It's an old picture, so it had to be. Honest clues. Isn't it crazy how you can look at every one of these pictures and you wouldn't even know they were all Corsos, right? It's nuts. All right, I can't find it. If I remember the name, I'll find it because it's going to take me forever. But it's definitely, you could definitely tell it's Pitbull. It's huge. Can't find it though. Drives me nuts. Anyway, so these comments are wild. So get all comments. Oh, I need to share this screen. I closed out, damn it. All these people that believe that there's no purebred dogs. And so the comments start out with, somebody asked him, what is it even American Corso? And David literally says, pretty easy to figure out, American rendition of a Cane Corso. And then somebody says, a mix of a Neo, Roddy, and Corso. But by the looks of those hacked off ears, pit fighting dogs bred by backwood breeders with sharp knives. I mean, some of these comments are so wild. It's a large recreated version of the original Italian CC. I got 3 laughing emojis. What? That isn't accurate. Look, that isn't accurate. Look it up. No, it's not. You look uneducated. He's telling this dude he looks uneducated. Tell me the difference between an American CC and an old school Italian line that's becoming harder to find every year. You are so educated. Tell me the difference, or retelling me there isn't a difference. And so some of these people speak Italian because Italian people really got into his shit. There is no different size between the two. The Italian Corso, a mix originally of Neapolitan Mastiff, Boxer, Bull Mastiff, Doug Bordeaux, Pressa, Abusi sheepdog, Abudu, I can't pronounce it correctly, and other farm mutts. They're very easy to find in Italy. Everyone has and bred them. Obviously, the show line is a joke, a hypertype version on what I just described previously. The American Corso, which is the Satelli line from Outdoor Kennels, is a mix of Neapolitan Mastiff, the old school dogs from the 70s, crossed to Rottweiler and Pitbull. The size of the Italian dogs and the American dogs is the same, or various per line and per specimen, anywhere between 24 to 29 inches across the board and 90 to over 150 across the board, period. No if or buts about it. No if or buts about it. No. I guess I'm supposed to be a KNOW. No. No. I don't know. No. I don't know. But that's what he says. Does it live to be older than 10? Yes. Now listen, how can he say yes when he's only been breeding for 12 years? He can't literally say yes. He doesn't have the lines to say yes. If he's only been breeding for 12 years, he got his first dog, his foundation dog, whatever the hell it is, because that, I'm guessing that blue, black and tan, or blue and tan dog is his foundation stud that he said died. What did he say? It was like 11, almost 12 years old that it died yesterday, like on the reaction video we did yesterday. So he can't say that his dogs live to be over 10 years because even if he started breeding that dog, he got a bitch to breed to that dog. He would have to wait till she was 2 years old. Well, ethically, he would have to wait. But even if he bred her at a year, they would only, well, yeah, they would be 11 years old now. So the whole litter is 11 years old and none of them have died. But that would be the only litter. Nothing else he has would be old enough to say that they all live to be 10 years old. Unless he bred her back to back to back to back to back to back. But even at that, he'd only have 2 litters. And depending on what he got in those 2 litters. I mean, you see what I'm saying? Like he can't verify from 2 litters that all his litters live to be 10 years or older. I'm sure it's a great dog, but it's good. But good God, it's ugly. What caused the small tail? And somebody said rude much. This dog is lovely. Weird. The ugly ones love harder. That's a traditional docking of the tail. It's a European thing. That long though? That long? And the tail looks like it's gonna curl. Like it's got Arctic breeds in it. Or something. Don't it look like it's gonna curl? Where was I at? Did I say I read that already? I messed up where I was at. Okay. They said Maybe Eastern European dogfighting rings still hack off ears and tails, but not in Western Europe. Scandinavian, the UK, Canada, whatever. Is there a point? Because you're wrong. The general public in those countries don't crop or dock dogs' ears and tails, but dog fighting absolutely do. Okay, so somebody's mad about cropping. I don't care about that. That's what I said. In Turkey, they hack off LGD ears on pups with sharp knives and leave them with mom to clean up. Over 20 years of LGD ownership, and we have wolves and coyotes here. Never a torn ear nor tail, but some dead coyotes around. Coyotes cannot compare to fighting dogs, nor can they be compared to hyenas, European or Asian wolves, European lynx, brown bears, or wild dogs, which is what these dogs face. These dogs face that? Where? Coyotes are no threat to trained livestock guardian dogs or fighting dogs. Where are these guardian dogs and fighting dogs? And don't we have breeds for that? And the fighting dogs, I don't know. I don't know anybody that should be or are fighting dogs. But it's rather asinine to think that a coyote won't split a dog's ear. A lot of traditional cropping and docking is done on by breed basis. Pyrenees are not going to be treated the same way as Aboriginal, Caucasian, Shepherd, or Alibi. You anonymous for a reason, because you, this is what I don't understand. So you're trying to have a discussion about your breed, right? You put up a picture of your breed that you're making, because he's literally making a breed. He's not preserving a breed or whatever. He's making a breed. And then you do ad hominem attacks. If you have an argument and you feel firm on your argument, why the ad hominem attacks? The American bred Corso already have a bunch of Rottweiler, Mastiff, Boxer, and other stuff in them, is why they look nothing like the pure Italian breed. Dogs in the U.S. should, for all intents and purposes, should be ethically be considered and registered as a different breed entirely. I think this is a lot of fight for a lot of people. This is absolutely nothing new, nor nothing special about this cross. Oh, there is actually, yeah. This is the plan to move the American-made Corso off onto its own thing and separate from the Cane Corso, but the American dogs have no boxer. That was the Italian American dogs are Neo, Rot, and Pitbull. Do you think that's what he's trying to do? Because I'm going to tell you, that was brought up in the CCAA when Zoe, and I'm trying to remember her last name, Zoe DeVita. Zoe DeVita made the same argument to the CCAA. And they were like, oh, hell no. But the thing is if he truly believes that they have nothing in common, then why doesn't he just call them something else other than a Corso? Except a Corso is a selling point, right? That's how you're going to sell your dog, because somebody wants to buy a Corso. You're not going to call it the American Mastiff or the American Molosser or the American whatever the hell, the American Bandog or the American whatever. You're going to call it the Corso because you want the money. You want to sell it to somebody looking for a Corso. Because people are ignorant and don't know the difference. I mean, it's essentially a scam. So then he says the reasoning for calling them the American Corso. Well, we all know the Corso started out as just a type of dog. So why can I not have American rendition of a Corso, aka American type Corso dog? Yeah. So it's a marketing gimmick, and exactly what he's saying. America's type of Corso dog. So this person said, so it will be just called the American Corso? The American dog have Italian heritage, therefore there's boxer in their DNA. David said, wrong. The Satelli dogs have zero Italian heritage. The Satelli dogs are not, the Satelli dogs are Neo, Rot, and Pitbull. We have no boxer. They have no boxer. You think that's true? I doubt it. Sorry. Yes, that's what I'd like to happen. Jug, I'm guessing just call them American Corso. No, you're only calling them Corso to sell them. Just call them American Band Dog. Like American Bandstand. Like, it's just give them a stupid name. You're only using Corso to sell them. Just like Mike Satelli, when he called him the Bronchiato or Bracciato or whatever the fuck he called him, he wasn't making any sales on him, so he called him the Corso. And he gave him a weird name or a weird history. Oh my God, we shipped him in this boarded up crate made of pallets. And she just started having birth on the plane right over the Atlantic. And we were so worried. And then, she stopped mid birth, mid whelp. And, she waited until we got all the way home from JFK Airport to New Jersey and got her into the basement. And she had more puppies, 14 altogether. So, it became because that's what, from my understanding, now I didn't know Mike Satelli, never met him, never talked to him, nothing like that. So, but the understanding of what Mike Satelli is he was basically a snake oil salesman. I mean, used car salesman, snake oil salesman. Like he could sell ice to an Eskimo. Like, so when this, Bronchiano, whatever the fuck he was calling it, wasn't working for him, all he did was switch up the name. And everybody, gave him this great story about it, and everybody just flocked to it. So, when you have somebody that can sell, from the stories that I understand, he went to Ringside to the rarity breeds and would show these dogs and great specimens of males and all this stuff. And people would be like, oh, what's the pedigree on this? And he's like, I can't tell you. I don't know, or, it's this dog, you know what I mean? It's this dog. Wink, wink, So people knew that it wasn't the dog, or it wasn't this, or it wasn't that. But they bought him anyway, So then so then somebody says, agree. And by the looks of those hacked off years, they are fighting dogs, bred backwards, backwoods breeders with sharp knives. Okay. So somebody repeated that comment. One breed with a fake name to a second fake name, now slowly changing third name to muddy the waters surrounding the foundation of the dogs. So it goes from an illegitimate breed to a semi-illegitimate. Right. Well, this is the thing too. And if you really listen to what he says in the interviews, it's all in what he says he believes. Like, where's all the concrete proof? Like in a lot of braids, you go, okay, well, this is what we think the history is. This is what some of it was written. Some of the photographs are. Some of the history is talking to the townspeople. This is what it is. Talking to these people. But, it's kind of like telephone, right? So if I tell you a story and then you want to tell somebody else a story and their face is kind of glazing over and all that stuff, you might add and tweak a little bit of things. You might do this, do that to get them more interested or to get them to buy something or to whatever. And it becomes more convoluted as the story goes on to the next person, to the next person, to the next person, because that's what sells. Right. Well, that's the truth, right? So if I tell you and you tell the next person and you tell the next person, where does the story not grow and get exaggerated and all this stuff? And the prices go up and up and up and up and up based off the historical factors of the breed. So then he writes, the Corso, to go back to its glory days, needs minus people that damage the breed with this nonsense horrible with these nonsense horrible breed or mutts. Well, yeah, this is what's happening to the breed though, right? Like everybody, have you noticed that everybody is like, oh, well, we need to outcross, but the outcross is to another breed. It's to Prussia. It's to Neo. It's to Roddy. It's to Game Pit now. It's to Bull Mastiff. It's Doug Bordeaux. It's all these breeds because they want them bigger, thicker, meaner, blah, 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 all this stuff. So there is like the fear for most people that really truly love the breed is that there's not going to be a Corso. It's just not going to be one, especially because they believe that it's a type. It's not a breed. It's a type. It's a type. It's a type. So, and now you have all these people spouting all this bullshit that there are no purebred breeds. So we can just breed whatever we want. And that's just to flip the whole narrative that, well, you don't need to close a stud book. You just breed whatever you want. So if I get a Doberman and I know that it's a breed, but those, the true 4 colors of the Doberman, just not the color I want. Like somebody would really like a Merle Doberman, which they're doing. Somebody would really like a Merle Doberman. So, I'm just going to add in a Great Dane. And then I can get some Merle colors. I can get a Harlequin Doberman. I can get these colors, and then that's going to sell because I can sell it as the rare, right? The rare color. I can get, melanistic. I can get this. I can get that by just doing these little things, and they can just be like, wow, look at this wonderful looking thing. And then I have the market on it. And then because they're not pure anyway, right? That's what all these people are telling people. which is not true. But if you tell enough people, it becomes gossip, right? Or gospel. Right. And that's what he calls it, the recipe. But you know what? The thing is that's what that Sadine or whatever the hell his name is pushed back in the day. Apparently, that's what Mickey Jr. And Mickey Jr. just said that not too long ago on that Gerald the Doberman guy. He did the same thing. I've got the recipe. Well, what recipe is it? If your dad didn't do this shit and the myth is real, there wouldn't be a recipe of what dogs you use and the percentage of other breeds you use. It would just be a Corso. Right. Well, and this is the thing is that I read somewhere in one of the groups, my group, whatever, somebody said, you breed for 3 generations of Corso and then you outcross. Well, to me, outcrossing is you go in the same breed, but you outcross to a totally different pedigree that has nothing in relation to your own pedigree. Their outcrossing is that, or, hey, Vakari, that, or outcrossing to a whole different breed, because say you want, bigger heads, you want, beefier shoulders, you want more bone, more substance, taller, blah, 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 all this stuff. I mean, or you want, a meaner temperament or whatever. And that's what I'm saying is that's not how outcrossing is truly done in real ethical breeding. When you're making a breed or preserving a breed, which is what you should be doing anytime you're in a breed, is an outcross is to the same breed, but just a pedigree that doesn't relate to your pedigree, meaning no dogs in that pedigree go back to the dogs in your pedigree. That's an outcross, not no breed relate to the breeds in your pedigree. So I don't know where these people are learning. Like, is there like a school, or is this like on the black market, like how to fuck up a breed? This is how you do it. Like fucking up a breed 101. And then like you go get it. Like for dummies, or like you sign up for it on the black market, and they're teaching you all this stuff, like get a dog and then like sell for every color, every weird mutation, every like thing, and then sell it to the public as it is gospel. I'm not too sure the method. Well, the problem is, right. The problem is that people also don't understand that when new people come in and they're trying to learn, so they watch these podcasts, they go on to people that are like trying to do, or what I believe trying to do good things and trying to get information out there and trying to help people. And then they say, like, they have people on that say like crazy shit, like some really crazy shit. And people believe them because they have the platform to have these people on, and people are listening, trying to learn, maybe taking notes, maybe going, oh, that's a good idea. Or this person must know their shit because they're on this podcast or doing whatever. And then they say crazy shit like, I don't need consistency in my litter. I want to see what God gives me. Like, I don't want consistency. I want a plethora of different looks and styles and all kinds of stuff in my litter because, like, I'm an engineer, I'm an artist. I want to see all that. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, that is some crazy bullshit stuff. And like, for me, I don't understand that. And I don't understand why nobody gives people pushback when they say crazy shit like that. Like, people just sit there and go, yeah. Like, yeah, we just want to see what, like, the whole litter just be random fucking dogs. And so, like, it makes people like this. It makes people that just think that every breed should just be bred to every breed and then, see what the fuck you get. And then, like, create as many mutts as possible. And then that way there are no, like, registries and there are no standards. And you can just say, you know what? I really like the Doberman. I really like the Bull Mastiff. I really like I like the Corso on some occasions. I like a few things about the Corso. I like this. I like that. And I'm going to just take all these breeds. I'm going to start breeding them together. I'm going to throw them in a bag, shake them up, and see what the fuck I get. The problem is they don't think about when they're doing all this, what they're giving to John Q. Public. Because you're adding all kinds of health issues, genetic issues, just crazy shit. And you may be a fucking engineer, an artist, and doing all this shit when you're breeding. But yeah, those puppies have to go to homes. And if you are not willing to hard call every puppy that you're not keeping, then maybe you should think about what the fuck you're doing. Because not everybody can handle all these different breeds and all these different personalities and all these different health issues and shit like that, because you're just practicing the buck, acting fucking, crazy. Like crazy. Like, we listened to some of the shit he said yesterday. Some of the shit was wild. It got so wild that at the end we didn't even know what the fuck he was talking about. And why is everybody trying to make a breed? But what I absolutely love is that I'm going to make an all-around estate guardian. Okay, well, we have one of those. I'm going to make an all-around protection dog. Okay, well, we have one of those. I mean, if you want these things, why aren't you just going for the breeds that were already created for those things? That were already bred and designed for those things. Like, why does it have to be your breed? Like, are you so narcissistic that you have to have your name on a breed? Like, it has to be David's whatever. Like, now I'm just using him as a hypothetical or like a scenario. But does it have to be like your breed? I created it. Because here's the thing. If your dog's not good enough, if your dog, like, if not everybody can handle your dog, everybody wants your dog, everybody can utilize your dog or whatever, once you die, that breed dies with you also. Like, if you don't have enough people breeding onto what you're doing or your idea or whatever, that breed's gone. That line, whatever you're doing, is gone. And I don't think people understand what it takes to actually create a breed. But of course, these people think that there are no breeds. There's no pure breeds. That's the most craziest thing. You've been breeding a breed for 100 years, just say 100 years. People honestly don't think that's a breed. I understand that breeds haven't started out as a breed. Like, breeds are created. Not all breeds. I mean, there are some, nature made breeds, but when they're man-made breeds, I understand that we created them by adding different breeds together. But you don't think that after 100 years, they're a pure breed? Like, those lines are purebred? Like, what consists of a purebred for these people? Just because they started out as something, you don't think they can become pure? I mean, this fool's telling people he's got a purebred Corso with his 30%, coefficiency. It's 30%, but it's pure to him. And then he mixes it with a rot. I'm baffled. I'm baffled at the way the breeding's gone and how it's become and what people are doing now. It's baffling to me. But anyway, maybe I don't understand how breeding goes anymore. Maybe I'm old school, or maybe I've lost touch, or maybe, I don't know, maybe AI breeds dogs now. So anyway, he says, well, yeah, that's what it is. It's 30% coefficient, but only 5% of it's, and he actually put that on his own damn show, on his own YouTube channel. He pulled it up. He only had between 3 and 5% on his dogs. But yet somehow he's calling it a Corso. Why call it a Corso? Wouldn't you call it whatever the highest percentage of it was? So that's another question. Why is he calling it a Corso? If it had more percentage of Neo, it was like 60% Neo, wouldn't you call it the American Neo then? Because it 3 to 5% Corso. Is it even a Corso at that point? I mean, if somebody walks around with, and this is honest, and I'm not saying this to be controversial, but if somebody walks around with like 0.0001% 0.0001% black, would you consider them African American at all? I don't think anybody would. You would just be like, okay, that's like not even, like, that's nothing. So I mean, you don't then go, well, I'm African American. I don't think anyone would actually believe that you're African American with that low of percentage. So how do you call somebody with 3 to 5% Corso? And I'm not saying that to be controversial. I'm just trying to figure out the percentage of why you wouldn't call it something else. Right. I don't know who Elijah Red is. So then he goes on to say, okay, so this person goes on to say, he says the Corso as a whole is a band dog. I'm not doing the same thing, or I'm doing the same thing that's been done for the last 37 years. But the thing is, it's not, okay, so when Mike Satelli started this bullshit, right? Yeah, it was a band dog. We all admitted that it was a band dog. But wouldn't you think, and I believe that there are some people that are still doing the band dog Mike Satelli way. Obviously he is. Obviously there's some other people. And I believe there are quite a few other people that are still doing it. 37 years, you're still popping black and tans, you're still breeding in Roddy, you're still doing that kind of shit. So, and I believe there's still people doing Pressa. I still believe there's people that's still doing Doug Bordeaux, maybe Sharpay. I mean, anybody that looks at Derek Mattson, and I'll say this, and I don't give two fucks. If you look at Derek Mattson's dogs, if you don't think that there's Shar-Pei or Chow or some other fucking breed in there, I don't know how he gets that damn round head. You get a round, fluffy head. If you don't think that there's Shar-Pei and some kind of Chow mix or something in there, look at the head. It is weird as fuck. Anybody ever see what that head looks like? Where does that come from? It don't look anything like a Corso. Half the time I can't tell if it's a Shar-Pei. It's got a little bit of Chow mix in it. As a groomer, it looks like somebody did a teddy bear cut on it, real tight to the skin. And it gave it a fluffy teddy bear cut. I don't know. If groomers out there, you'll know what I'm talking about the teddy bear cut. But you get a teddy bear cut on it. I mean, this dog looks like it has a teddy bear cut. If you look at his picture, look at this one picture. It looks like a teddy bear cut on it. And groomers will know exactly what I'm talking about. That looks like a teddy bear cut. Look at that. Tell me that's not like some kind of Shar-Pei looking Chow thing. And then this fluffy tail. I mean, you can tell it's got a little bit of rotty in it because of the conical muzzle. But I'm just like, it's weird. It doesn't, like, how does that even resemble a Corso? Why would anybody want a Corso that looked like that? And to me, it doesn't look like a Corso. It doesn't resemble a Corso, but that's just my opinion. The retired cop under named who's you? Oh, pseudonym. Pseudonym. Oh. Okay. And Derek Matz has been breeding since 92. So his dogs, in my opinion, should have been way better. One thing he did was, though, he locked in that headpiece. Holy crap. You can't deny that Derek Mattson has that ugly ass headpiece. Okay, where was I? I know a guy personally from Sicily who had 2 black masters. He called Sicilian masters from his dogs or not. But okay, so yeah, so here you go, right? So if you have this and you know that they're not, just say that. And this is the thing, right? So a lot of people are going to be like, oh, you're just picking on David. No, not. You want to breed band dogs? Breed band dogs. Just breed band dogs. I don't care. I mean, there's a lot of people that breed band dogs. They add the Corso in for several different reasons. You add the Corso in. Breed band dogs could give 2 shits. If you came out and you were honest with people and you told them you're breeding band dogs, don't hang your papers, don't sell your dogs with papers and act like you're breeding something that you're not. Don't call it a Corso when it's not a Corso. Just tell them you're breeding band dogs and this is what it is. And then you're good to go. And nobody would have anything to say about you, right? And that's the thing. Just say you're breeding a band dog. Band dogs are good for a lot of reasons, and they do a lot of things on farms and different things like that. And they can be good dogs, right? But say you're breeding band dogs, right? Don't try to say you're doing something that you're not doing, because that's lying. It's deceitful. It's unethical. And you're just being an asshole and you're acting stupid. Like, you know what I mean? I'm not going to say that I'm breeding Dobermans and I'm going to give you like a black and tan coonhound. But I'm going to try to pass it off as a Doberman. Or I'm going to say I'm breeding Dobermans and I'm mixing them with Great Dane. And then I'm going to tell you I'm breeding a King Doberman, right? I mean, that's lying, and it's deceitful, and it's giving you something that you not only would have health issues with, that you wouldn't be expecting to see because I'm bringing in health issues from the Great Dane, but you go to breed it and you're going to have a mess because you're going to try to breed it to a Doberman, and then you're going to have, you know, dogs that are 32 inches at the wither, seizure issues, all kinds of problems that you wouldn't see, but on top of what the Doberman already has, right? So just be honest. I don't understand why people just can't be honest and sell what the fuck you're selling. If you are selling a band dog, sell a band dog so people know what the hell they're having, what they have, and what genetics they're expecting, any kind of mutation, any kind of health issues, risk, all that shit. Just say that. And then no one's going to have a problem with you because you're being upfront and honest. Don't say you're selling the American Corso, because there is no American Corso. There's the Connie Corso. If you're saying I'm breeding the Mike Satelli shit, everybody knows it. The myth has been smashed. It's been broken. The veil's been lifted. Everybody knows what the hell happened, or has an idea of what happened. And so if you're the glory days, what the hell was the glory days? These ugly mutts, right? So, you know, we all know what it is. So just right. So just say what it is that you are doing, and then just be honest, and then nobody would be up your ass. Oh, okay. Oops. This thing. Oh, my stupid. But the thing is like, I just don't understand why people can't be honest. Like, why does it hurt to be honest to people? Like, it's a scam. In my opinion, it's a scam, and you shouldn't scam people. And it hurts the breed even further, because this is the thing too. If you're a band dog that's been bred unethically, without health testing, with all the correct health testing that you should be doing for all the breeds that you're actually adding into this band dog, but that has bad temperament and shit like that, but you've named it or dubbed it a Corso, now bites somebody, hurts somebody, kills somebody's pet, does all this shit. Guess what the news picks up? The news picks up it's a Corso. They don't give a shit what you want to deem it as, what you want to, you know, lie about, do all this shit. The news picks it up, it's a Cane Corso. So now the Cane Corsos, that's one more step closer to the ban list. That's one more Corso that hurt somebody. It's no different than, you know, the Pitbull. It doesn't matter if it's a true Pitbull. It doesn't matter if it's just a terrier. It's a Pitbull. So now all Pitbulls are just evil. And what the shit he's breeding is just stop. Is just, from the way it sounds, not stable. And the thing is he wants to move away from, I mean, he says it right here, he wants to move away from, but he wants to keep the Corso. If you want to keep the Corso, then, I mean, if you want to move away from the Cane Corso, just move away from it totally. Don't keep the Corso. You're only keeping the Corso to sell puppies. That's it. And then it started as a type of dog, but it's not a type of dog. It's now 2026. It's not 1988 anymore. Okay, this I read this part. Oh, yeah, this is where they back to its glory days. Needs minus people that damage the breed with this nonsense, horrible mutt. The Corso as a whole is a band dog. So he knows it's a band dog. So why call it that? You know? Why not call it that? I'm doing the same thing that's been, I'm guessing, done the last 37 years. But it wasn't done prior to that. These dogs are horrible also as band dogs. After that, if you want a good working Corso with correct type and temperament, put down the alcohol, take the cash and buy one. I mean, that's the thing. I don't understand what he likes about the look of it. But this is the thing. In the interview that we did a reaction to, is he said he wanted a Neo, but they were too expensive and he couldn't afford one. So he started looking into the Corsos, and the Corsos were cheaper, so he just went with that. But now he's trying to breed to what the Corsos are. Or to the Corsos to what the Neos are. Well, back in the day, the old Neos. Not the newer Neos today. With all that wetness. And then he says, "Stay mad, Italian boy. Your version of the Kane or the Can Corso is trash." Can Corso is trash? It's not, though. Italians have some really nice Corsos. This is a video that somebody sent him. And then he said, "That's cute. My dogs do the same shit, not special." Except first of all, this is no video. Second of all, we did a reaction video to his dogs react in fear drive. We did an entire reaction video he's got 2 dogs that we did a reaction to his reels, and they're reacting in fear drive. They're not defensive drive. So somebody told him he's got some of the best working Corsos around. He's not wrong about this dog in the photo. Definitely not a traditional Corso. Oh, catch him? Wait a minute, hang on. Let me read your thing. It's not a type. Delve into the haplotype, etc., the genotype program. Right. We brought that up yesterday too. Brokeback Mountain Amish shit. Well, that's the thing. He got all his shit from the Amish. And then he sells back to the Amish. So he bought from Puppy Mills to sell back to Puppy Mills. This isn't his dog. Oh, that isn't his dog. That is one of John Ketchum's dogs. Oh, in the photo, in this photo right here, that's John Ketchum's dog that he posted. Oh, Ty. Why do people not know the difference between KNOW and NO? Okay. Bro, we know you're compromised already. You already on the Italian Can Corso fanboy club of America. I get it. I'm not here to change your mind, but facts are facts. What facts? See, that's what I said in his video when I did a reaction to his video the other day or yesterday. He doesn't articulate very well. He doesn't tell what health testing he has. He talks out both sides of his face. You can't get any real shit. He got shut down so bad by Tony Scandi when he did the interview with him, and then he cried about it afterwards. You know, what did he say that because they recorded it, and then he couldn't talk, yet he was free to talk. I mean, it's not like he was sitting in the studio with them or anything like that. So he was free to say whatever he wanted, but he wouldn't talk. He wouldn't punch back. He wouldn't, like, there was no, like, they didn't, put tape over his mouth or anything like that. He was able to say whatever he wanted. He just chose not to because he had no rebuttal for anything that they had to say. Cane Corso is an Italian breed, but in general, the dog in the photo to me doesn't resemble what a Cane Corso should look like, not to pick sides. Yeah, it's just a photo. That's the problem with the photo. But he showed 2 videos, and both of them were absolutely in fear drive. He was even told on his own video that the dog was in fear drive, and he said, "So what?" Oh, yeah, that he was set up. Yeah, that's what they said. Yeah, he said he was set up. But that's what that's what I had said, is that he called this person a hoe. And I said, what's with the ad hominem attacks? Why do we have to use ad hominem attacks? If you have an argument, why can't you just argue your point? If you have true facts and true proof of all this happening, or your dog's the best or whatever, then just argue the true facts. Why do you have to use ad hominem attacks? Oh, it's a huge liability. I've said that before. I'd rather have an aggressive dog bite me any day of the week than a fear biter. And a fear biter dog is unpredictable. Aggressive biting dog, you know what's going to happen. I mean, you get warned. There's signs that you're going to. Fear biters, you have no idea. They're unpredictable. And those 2 dogs were absolutely, and then they were, the crazy thing about it was that the dog that was in fear drive, I don't remember if it was, I don't remember. Kane, do you remember if it was in a, if it was the bitch or the dog, that there was a dude in it that was like, rewarding them for running away? Was it the dog or the bitch that they were rewarding for running away? It was hilarious. I was like, wow. Sicilian Mastiff. Looks nothing like a Cane Corso. Yeah. Oh yeah. Once he got the sleeve and he ran away from him, the owner or whoever was standing there holding him, the leash was tied to a tree, and he was kind of holding the leash a little bit. And as soon as he grabbed the sleeve, he patted him, patted her, him. Told him he was a good boy. Good dog. I was dying. Oh my God. The only sensible comment. These 2 dogs meet and think they created the breed of the century. By the looks, oh God, this person keeps writing this. You have known, you have, oh yeah, you have neo-hybrids. Neo-blood is present in all molossid breed. The difference is made by selection in the Cane Corso. After more than 30 years of selecting with outcrossing with other breeds, you obtain consistent, stable, predictable, and characteristics that you want to fix. Do not divert from what I am saying. Your dogs are neo-hybrids. I am saying to this day, you still add neo-mastiff in your line as a foundation outcross, along with what else? The American dogs have Rottweiler as a foundational outcross, which proves to replicate a dog very similar to one of the American dogs of the past. I breed working Corsos, appreciate all around the world, especially in the US, and I started breeding working Neos now. Our two different projects, we don't mix these two breeds. Everybody knows that. You only show to be very superficial, probably looked only at my profile picture. About the American Cane Corso were ugly mutts in the past from people choose not to import dogs from Italy and do their own mix directly in USA. And this boy, I must admit, is commitment, or admit his commitment. The dogs he created today are really ugly as them. So good work. But Cane Corso is another story. And my breed, my life, and I must intervene when people giving wrong information. I am quite familiar with your program. The Corso is not a pure breed, but by any means, so you Italians need to stop. Who is this person talking? That's funny. Stop. You are admission the Corso is a neo-hybrid. Mike Satelli had better specimens of neos for the base. His program, and continue to produce and have his dogs papered through the advice of your own Italian historical breeders. So what is the issue? You can have your opinion and we have ours. Don't lie, Aldo. You know you are invigorating your lines with fresh neo and most likely some sort of Amstaff? Go to sleep, buddy. Oh, that's cream. Oh. Okay, gotcha. Oh. Miser TCC. Why are people so rude? Address my questions or fuck right off. Does it work? If it didn't, I wouldn't post it here. What? What's he do? No, that's a lie. I just have him started on basic guard dog work, also a little hunting. Wait, didn't he say that he didn't do any guard work hunting? Or he didn't? Well, maybe he did. Maybe he had guard work. What? This guy is just saying shit to argue. I think so too, K9. Because K9 didn't he say didn't he say he's never been hog hunting with his dogs? I mean, what hunting did he do? Like go chase a deer? Rabbits? What hunting? Okay, hunting. What kind of work, in other words, can he catch a hog? Okay, thank you. Oh, he didn't answer that. Yeah, because he can't catch a hog. Why mixed breed when you could have just imported an Italian Cane Corso? We have many breeders here who breed functional dogs, both in structure, health, and temperament. I agree to that. I mean, you have to be careful. I mean, I will admit there are Italian breeders who, European breeders. I will say European breeders. You have to be careful. There are European breeders just as bad as American breeders. Nobody's perfect, but there are very good European breeders. Elisabetta is one of them. Elisabetta is one of them, and I've gotten 3 dogs from Force Pride from Ekaterina. I've literally, the dogs that I've gotten from Ekaterina, I have never had a problem with. She is a very good business person. Never had a problem. I imported a bitch from her that was bred. We did a breeding. I had a bitch bred from Ekaterina. She did everything very professional. Showed me all the pictures, did the breeding, showed me the ties, did everything. And the puppies turned out beautiful. I mean, they were spectacular, but she let me choose the stud dog. And that stud dog was the dog that we did the breeding with. She showed me video, pictures, everything of the breeding being done, imported the bitch. I bought the bitch. I had the bitch done, imported the bitch, blah, 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 used a nanny. Everything went smooth. Never had a problem with her. Now, this was 8 years ago now, but that's who my maze is out of. I mean, her dam is, it was out of a different breeding, but her dam is the bitch I bought from Ekaterina. I've never had a problem with her. So there are people that say that they've had, I've never had. I think Ekaterina is very professional and a very good breeder. And also Sasha is a direct import from Ekaterina. So both the bitches that I have here are from her. So in one shape or form. So but I think she's very professional, very good. But Elisabetta in Italy is another really good person if you're going overseas. But you have to know the people, and you have to be really good and very you have to know that they're very respectful. You give them shit, you know, don't pay your bill, don't do whatever, you act stupid or don't know what you're talking about, or don't know dogs, or don't know pedigrees, don't know what you're looking for, blah, blah, blah. You know, they're not going to play with you either. They don't got time to play. And if you go around and blast them all over the internet, I'd sell you a bad dog too. No, I wouldn't. I'm just saying. If you're blasting people all over the internet, I wouldn't sell you a dog to save my life. But anyway, why mixed breed when you could just import an Italian Cane Corso? Okay, blah, blah, blah. Okay, the Italian Corso is junk mixed with several other breeds, health issues. I'd rather breed to a pound dog. Oh, that's him. Of course he would say that. Okay, so I don't understand the controversy between Italian and American. I mean, in all honesty, I would love to know his true reasoning behind Italian versus the American lines. Because like I said, my bitch is 6. She's going to be 6, and the other one is 8. We don't have health issues with them, knock on wood. The import that I did, I've done several imports. Now, I've had issues with a breeder, one from Sicily, and that was a big mistake. But I've also had issues with American breeders too. So, like, why is such a hostile thing from Italian Corso breeders. I mean, you just have to learn the lines. Is it that he doesn't know the lines? He doesn't know healthy lines? He doesn't understand what he's looking for, doesn't know health, doesn't know what he needs to breed into, doesn't know. Because I'm looking for health, longevity, good structure, and great temperament. I'm not looking for just, an ugly dog. To say that. His dog's ugly. I'm just saying his dog's ugly. But I mean, I don't understand this hatred. He'd rather breed to a dog from the pound. I mean, he essentially got that when he bought from Amish. And then he sells back to Amish. You're basically buying from a puppy mill. So does he not know what lines to look for to stay away from junk? Or does he not have the money? Because, he did do a video one time where he was so flabbergasted about how much money the Corsos were going for. And Will, correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't he say something about how Corsos were so expensive and Corsos shouldn't be any more than $1,000, $1,200 max, but now he sells his for like $3,500? I think it's because he's writing a few chicken papers. And you know what the thing is, though, I tried looking up. I mean, his name's pretty famous, like for back in the 1800s and stuff. But I tried finding papers where he wrote stuff, and it's hard to find stuff that he actually wrote himself. He co-wrote with a couple other people on chicken stuff, but he didn't write anything himself. Right. He was giving them away. Then he said they shouldn't go for any more than $1,200. Well, I thought it was like $1,000, $1,200 because but he takes those videos down now. Like they're privated. You can't see some of those videos. Now they're $3,200, $3,500, right? And he wasn't going to sell any of his puppies to anybody. He was just going to give them away to people that thought the same way he did. Now he sells them to people. Okay. So, several other breeds to the pound. Hey, everybody has is that true? You need to look at a few in Italian that breed in the old lines. Not many, but there are. Yeah, there are. And that's the thing, is you have to find the old lines and you have to learn to stay away from a few lines. Because there are a few bad lines. See, but taking them down. Right. There are several historic breeders who are still breeding rustic working Connie Corsos who have preserved the type, working attitude, and health. Something like that. You have to be a subscriber to have access. Oh, busted. I'm not subscribing to his shit. Oh, okay. You should read more if you think all of the animals you have serious misunderstanding of them. Oh my God. Okay, so this is This is that other dude that he does his video with, Kareem. See, this is, I don't understand. All animals are not hybrids. No. Yeah, so you're calling an Italian Corso a hybrid, and this isn't? I worded the last part of my reply. Apologies. That dog in question is a hybrid of foundational outcross to the American lines, just as how many Italian breeders used a Bruzi as a foundational outcross to their lines. They didn't use it. It was in the field with the other dogs. It's not like they used it on purpose. They were farmers, and the dog was out there as a thing. It's not like they said, "Oh, we're going to use this." I mean, to my understanding, wasn't it just a sheep guardian? It was just a guardian breed that was out there along with them, and if they bred, they bred. Intelligence that does themselves by talking so much, right? Well, some of these are crazy. He runs on several Facebook profiles, but has the balls to bust on someone who posts under an anonymous name, right? Rosie, yeah. I know, I have a hard time saying that name, but it's just a sheepdog, right? It's the big fluffy white sheepdog, Abaruzi. I can't pronounce it correctly. That's where the straw dog actually comes from. And that's the reason that the FCI no longer allows the straw dog in there, is because of the inbreeding that came from that breed. But I don't think it was like maliciously done on purpose. I think they were just out there in the field doing the guarding. Yes. Okay. A hybrid dog is compromised with several breeds types. All the Italian dogs are Neapolitan massive hybrids. The fact that you say that makes no sense. What is your reasoning? What? Corso doesn't come from the Neapolitan Mastiff. They are two completely different breeds and have been for centuries. Oh, himself said that. So Braber said that. See, your argument is flawed from that statement alone. Go look at the stock of dogs ENCI used in their stud book. Go back and look at the Italian Foundation dogs anywhere. Go look at your favorite rustic historics breeders and find the common denominator and add in whatever other ingredients they use to make their style of Corsi. It is a neo hybrid. Prove me wrong with more than Braber said so. Braber is a retard and knows nothing. He is the reason for the fall of the Corso. Oh. No, it was used at night for many purposes other than the straw stack dog. They used that color while hunting at night, especially badger. No, I know that, but what I'm saying is it was that breed, the Maramana. Oh my God, I can't say that damn either. is the reason that the straw became a color. And FCI decided that they were not going to allow that color in because of where it came from in the standard. 1948, Cane Corso, 1990s. Is I retarded? No. If you go back and you look at what they're saying on FCI, FCI said that they didn't allow it in because of the inbreeding of the maromana sheepdog, because it was an inbred, it was a crossing, and that's where the color came from. Go look it up. Looking for real specimens. Yeah, I think we're like getting our wires crossed of what I'm trying to say. And yes, I know what you're saying about Breber. I can't believe that he said he doesn't know nothing. The fuck is an American Corso? Y'all be doing anything out here? Study up. Study up on what? Nothing funnier than an ignorant folk telling someone to study. Oh, that's funny. No, the ignorance is from you. Look up what an American Corso is. It's the strike bloodline that was made here in the US in 1988 from Neo, Rot, and Pitbull. So a mutt. Got it. Mutt is a dog when you don't know what the breed is, what the breed it's comprised of. Still a mutt. Learn the definition of a mutt. All the lineage is known back 30 years. 30 plus years. It's still a mutt. Doesn't matter what it is, it's still a mutt. It's just a glorified mutt. And it's interesting to see these crossing, but I'm curious as to what are folks hoping to achieve. Thank you. Somebody asked a real question. With his breeding, a better dog, larger, smarter, more stable? That should have been a question. The point of the cross, the Satelli line Corso that came on the scene in 1988, were made here in the States originally by crossing Neapolitan Mastiff, Rottweiler, and Pitbull, but the breed has lost why it was in the late 80s, early 90s. I have the last of the pure. There's nothing pure, David, remember? There's nothing pure. No breed is pure. Even if it's been bred for 100 years, it's not pure. The last of the pure Satelli blood, but I need an outcross. But all the other Corso blood is tainted. It's tainted. Oh, it's tainted with other breeds. Wait, did I read that right? It's tainted with other breeds and a lot of health issues. So I plan to put Neo, Rot, and Pit back in. Does he think that Neo, Rot, and Pit don't have health issues? To take the dog back to how the once were before breeders lost the desirable traits. This guy's nuts. Let's say that you imported a ship from Italy. Oh my God. That's Kareem also? What? David? Who's David is I thought David was who's Kareem? Which one? Oh, this I don't know. I don't care. Who's Kareem? Who? This guy? Oh, this guy. That guy? Why do you have so many friggin' profiles? Okay. Let's say you import this ship from Italy. There are still breeders who breed old mold. You're bandogging the course. It's another thing, and it's not for everyone, brother. Why would you call American Cane Corso a dog that has no Cane Corso blood in them? The Neapolitan Mastiff and the Cane Corso are different breeds and have been for quite a while, even before the recent recovery of the breed. Everyone in Italy is bandogging the whole Cane Corso is a bandog. Go learn something instead of glazing. And I need to learn terminology. What's glazing, canine? You are slow. I know. All Cane Corsos or Corsos. Wait, so all Cane Corsos or Corsos are Neapolitan Mastiff hybrids. End of story. At this point, anything crossed with a Neo could be called a Corso. The Italians started it and still doing it to this day. Also breed was never recovered. Oh my God. He has, by my count, 4 different YouTubes and Facebook profiles. Oh my God. How do people keep up with that? I barely keep up with one. Whatever you say, man. If you want to completely ignore the amazing work that Brewer has done, you do. But don't go around calling a mixed Mastiff Corso. I think this is what everybody's problem is, right? So by the looks of those hacked off ears, why did they keep writing this? Somebody says, I like it. I like it. Thanks. I think they were being sarcastic. Breeding a mutt is not going to bring back the glory days of the Corso. You have yourself a bandog. You should understand the definition of mutt before you speak. I know Can somebody please explain to him that that's different? No. The full lineage of the dogs on all sides back 30 years and then some? What? Let me ask you something. Do you honestly think that he has 30-year pedigree on Amish dogs? I mean, honestly. Yeah, well, you don't have to just keep writing it. Do you realize how many times I've read it? I understand that they're European and heavily against cropping and docking, but you wrote it. We seen it. Why do you realize how many times I've read it? Like 5 times. I think everybody got the point. I'm sure you do. I work the lines as well. Great stuff. Unfortunately, hang on one second. I'll be right back. Sorry, as you can see, my mother-in-law called. She needed something. I hate that this thing brings up all your stuff on screen. Anyway, okay. What were we saying? At least 3 that I've seen other places. European are heavily against cropping. Okay. So I'm sure. Okay, so he said, I'm sure you do. I work with 3 lines as well. Great stuff. Unfortunately, I still don't. It still doesn't change the fact that it's no longer a purebred Corso. I don't think that people understand. See, this is the problem, right? I think what people are having a problem with is that he literally mixed a Corso. Even as much as he was saying how his coefficiency was so high, People didn't even have a problem with the coefficient being so high like I did. I have a problem with the coefficient being so extremely high because now you have no idea what you're going to run into. But then he mixed it with a full-blooded rot. And I think that's what people have a problem with. And then he wants to bitch about, well, the Italians mix their breeds with this, and I don't want to breed to the Italians because they're just a mixed breed. What the fuck do you think you're doing? How can you be pissed at somebody that you think is mixing when you mixed a breed? And then the thing is you didn't even do a good job. Like, you didn't even mix your mixture is like, it's like you mixed up the breed and you put a stick in it. Like, you put all the breeds in a bag, mix it up to see what you could get, but you throw a stick in there, and it hit the ugly stick all around. Like, you just didn't get nothing good out of it. But you put it up like it was some like magical, beautiful thing that we should all be just like, what, falling on our knees for? That we should be like, oh yeah, this like, dude, like, I've seen better puppies at a truck stop that were dumped off in a box. And you purposely did this. I mean, that's the sad thing, but yet you're proud of it. I don't understand. Like, you're proud of this breeding. And you're wanting everybody to be excited. There you go. Okay. There's no purebred Corso. All the papers are hung. The whole breed in the US is hung. It's just not gonna, like, forever, or just back in 1988. Because I believe it in 1988 and going forward and stuff like that. But you think today everybody's still hanging papers? Like, everybody right now, just hanging papers. Nobody's breeding Corso to Corso anymore. Like, I don't believe that to be true. Hey, girls, enough. So I don't believe that to be true. I believe that there are people still breeding Corso to Corso. He's doing the same thing. Junior and Senior did, but he thinks because he's being a little more public about it, he's somehow legitimate. Right. And then this is the thing, is that he's then pointing fingers at everybody else and saying, you're all doing it too. I don't understand how this is like. I honestly don't understand how this is like actually a thing. And I believe that, I'm like, when I bred my Corsos, I only had 2 litters. But when I bred them, they were Corso to Corso, right? Like, I didn't go and get a I don't know, a Pressa or a Neo or anything like that, and then just hang the papers on it. I actually bred Corso to Corso. So nobody's breeding. I don't think everybody's breeding Pressa and all these other breeds into it. I don't think everybody's doing that. I think there are some people breeding, Doug Bordeaux and other things to get other colors. I mean, obviously, look at Derek. You don't get that. I mean, look, Derek, his dog almost looks like Derek's dog. So maybe Derek's doing the same bullshit too. I don't know. But, Derek's also locked in that headpiece for a long time. Okay, so this guy said, I would agree with that and take it one step further. I feel there is no such thing as 100% purebred Corso anywhere in the world, even in Italy, at least not yet. Dog breeds take many decades to truly stabilize and homogenize in the DNA. And I believe that too. It takes like 40 years to actually make a breed, but you can get closer and closer. But this was in 1988. It takes 40 years for AKC, I think it's around 40 years, for AKC to recognize a breed. So I believe that you are going to get other breeds. Like, not, I don't believe that anything is going to be 100% Corso. I believe you are going to get close to that, but you're still going to see like maybe other breeds pop up and stuff like that. But you're not, he has 3 to 5%. 3 to 5%. That's not even a Corso. Can that even be considered a Corso? But you should be getting close. And if you are coming down from a line that since 90, since even 2000, if you're breeding Corso to Corso to Corso to Corso to Corso, and you're not doing the whole breed 3 lines to Corso, then outcross to another breed, then 3 lines to Corso, then outcross to another breed, you should be getting close, or even what? Send it to me. I forget. I don't know. Or, I mean, I might have it, but the thing is like you should be getting close to where you have a greater percentage of Corso than any other breed. And if you are breeding Corso to Corso to Corso to Corso to Corso, that Corso percentage should be getting higher, if not close to in the 90s. But 100%, I would have to, I question anything that's 100% in the Corso breed. Okay. So even here, so 54% Corso, 31.5 Neapolitan Mastiff, 7.7% Bull Mastiff, 6.8% Boxer. Yeah, well, that's it. So he did a DNA, and he was saying he wouldn't show it, but he did admit he wouldn't show like what Will's doing right here. This is Will's one dog, and he wouldn't show what Will was doing, but he did say that it was that it was between 3 and 5%. But you should have closer, and you should be getting closer and closer. And the more you breed to something that is a Cane Corso, the more you should have closer to 100%. But it, like I said, AKC even says that it is going to be, you know, that it's 40 years before they'll even recognize the breed. I'm more CC than this dog, right? And that's what I'm saying. So if so I agree with this guy. I don't think there's any dog out there that's 100%. And that's why I hate what I hate about Embark and all that is because you could put down, oh, I got a Corso, I got whatever, blah, blah, blah. You know, now if you've been breeding 100 years, you should come back 100% Corso or Doberman or Boston Terrier or whatever. If it comes back anything other than that, you better start questioning your breeder. Right. And this is the sad part right here, right? We all are aware of the paper hanging that goes on in this breed. And that is the problem with all the people that like, ooh, I need a little bit more bone. Ooh, I need a little bit more width and muzzle. Ooh, I need a little bit more substance. Oh, I want them big and badass. Big and badass. So they breed them to other breeds and then they paper hang. And that's the truth. That's the sad truth about this breed. And so you get crazy ass numbers. But 3 to 5%, how do you even call it a Corso? And this is the truth. That activity is the hindering of the breed progressing into a full stabilized breed. There's nothing we aren't solidifying this breed because we have people like David who says nothing's 100%. Everything's a band dog and it's a type, not a breed. So we can just breed it to whatever. Closing of the stud books is really stupid. We should just keep adding and adding and adding because closing the stud books means you can't breed to anything other than a Corso. The stud books are open. Well, I can just throw Frenchie the poodle in there and breed to a poodle if I feel like it. And well, I got that trait that I like from that poodle, and I want to breed to this English sheepdog, so I'm going to breed that in there, and I'm going to breed this and all that. And as long as stud books are open, I can breed to every Tom, Dick, and Harry. And that means of any breed, not just of anything, you know? And so these people that I feel like people just want to destroy breeds. I think that's what the whole idea is. Like, just destroy every breed and just make it whatever I want. Then what's the purpose of a standard? What's the purpose of breeding? What's the purpose of having a breed? Just go to the pound and just get a bunch of dogs and just breed a bunch of dogs and make your own breed, and then wait 40 years and see if anybody gives a shit about the breed that you want. Like, these whole ideas, like, so he, you know, this guy wants to create an estate guardian when we already have estate guardians. I mean, isn't that what Neapolitan Mastiffs were made for, was a estate guardian? Now this other dude wants to create an estate guardian, but he doesn't want a Neapolitan Mastiff. Then, you know, David wants to create this type of breed, but an all-around working utility breed. We already have those. I mean, like, but they're not good enough. I want to make my own breed. Why don't you just get the breed that's already made for that and then just make it that one better? Just work on a line that just really works, that you become known for. That breed or that line really works for what it was bred for. Like, you know, I want a really good herder. So I go out and I get an Australian Shepherd or a Border Collie, and I really work that dog and I breed into lines that really do what it's supposed to be. And this dog can just go out and herd and just really do good. Why do people want, like, why do they want to reinvent the wheel? I guess is the whole thing. Right. Well, because there's no consistency. But do you notice that there's no consistency in anybody's lines either? Like, if you're looking at like people's lines, like in Dobermans, you can look at a Doberman and know it's a Doberman, right? Dobermans is a solidified breed, right? You look at a Doberman, everybody without mistake knows it's a Doberman. You just look at it, you know that's a Doberman. Doesn't matter who it is. You can go to any person in the world and go, what is this breed? And people are going to go, that's a Doberman, right? But if you're into Dobermans and you know the Doberman breed, you can look at lines, if you've studied them enough, and go, that's a Cambria Doberman. That's a Briarwood Doberman. That's a Marienburg Doberman. That's like, you will know the lines by what that breeder is breeding for by looking at the lines. You can look at the lineup and know whose kennel is in that ring. They may all look like Dobermans, but they solidified something in their lines to make their lines stand out from the other dogs. Oh, you think? I mean, do you think that's all this was? I mean, there's 168 comments on this, all because he was like, I'm going to make, I'm going to breed this bullshit. And everybody's like, are you crazy? I mean, like, my first thought when I talked to Will this morning, I was like, did he do this because he's got a litter of puppies and he needs to sell them? And this is the part too. Regardless, he's stunning. Are people becoming blind to what is a good-looking dog? What is a functional dog? What is a dog that has form and function? Like, in any stretch of the imagination, if somebody actually looked at that dog and said, can that dog work? They would go, no way. I mean, I would be, and I would be afraid to have that dog go work. We have a standard that was created due to the bullshit Satelli did, dumbass. Call it a half-ass band dog project, but it's not at all a Corso. We had to call the colors due to his dumbass. Go take your meds and head back to sleep, or grab some tapioca pudding. You're one of the ones that ruined the breed. Your best dogs were pure Satelli blood. And you know, there's more than one no. Do people not know that? And you know it. You can thank Satelli for all the money you made ripping people off over the years, selling Connie Corsos, because without him, you would not know the breed. I know you would rather has this ugly dog has. Oh. Extremely athletic for a very high prey drive. And Tara is the daughter of an international champion. She has 90 pounds of muscle. No, she does not have a very good head. Oh. That's not a very good head. Not at all. Turns out this bitch was Sanguine Magnifica. Oh, blood. Lesson learned through experience. Just like the whatever, with Mike. You can continue to do wrong all you want, but I won't mess with my program. You're just a ghetto ass chump slapping any dogs together that you can, not even doing that correctly. Go play with your chickens and leave the big boy stuff to us. Dan, I find that hilarious. But you still went around the fact that your best dogs were pure downline from Mike Satelli and that you ruined the breed by doing what everybody else did and go running to the Italians for the real so-called authentic Cane Corso. But you got tricked and now you're part of ruining the breed. You all know Mike created quality specimens that even the Italians themselves said were great representations of the breed. When did this happen? I would love to know when the Italians said that he had a great dog. Representation of the breed, and some Italian clubs still to this day represent pictures of Belmonte Rocco as if he was one of their own dogs. It's also funny how all of you guys that ran Satelli blood faithfully at one point all of a sudden turned once you pissed the blood away, moved to the Italian side, and no longer could touch back to Mike's blood. It's just ironic, but I absolutely will continue to do what I do. Nice comeback on the ghetto part. However, I probably live 2 hours from the nearest ghetto. I mean, he does live on a farm, and he does speak some truth. I mean, Dan was in all of that mess where they all ran the breed together. Right. Well, this is the problem. See, this is what he did yesterday, though, right? K9, he talked out both sides of his face. It wasn't a breed. It wasn't a Neo. It wasn't Neo. It was all this stuff. Oh my God. So, it's the same thing that he did yesterday. Give me 1 second. I feel like everybody's calling. Anyway, okay, stop. So anyway, they were all part of that shit. I mean, Dan. Well, I think Dan got most of his dogs from Tony, but so Tony got most of his dogs from Ed and all them. So it's kind of like a mixed bag. They have no Italian involved with the breed, even though Satelli name, however, me on is another story, and they will all say the same thing. He was shiesty. Oh yeah. So yeah, the Italian didn't even know. Well, the Italians knew him only from the Neo side of it, right? They didn't know him from the Corso side. They didn't know him from the Corso interaction until Ed, but that was Ed and Chrissy going over in 91, 92. But they knew him from the Neo side because he imported Neos. if I'm not mistaken, right? I mean, this is the problem, right? Is with all this history and all this bullshit and hearing from all these people talking about, well, it was this, well, it was that, well, it was all this bullshit, is because it's whatever story somebody wants to tell you and how it's interpreted from whoever's talking, right? So, and Mickey will tell you 15 different things. The problem is that Mickey only lived there. He got kicked out. He lived there for a little bit, didn't live there for a little bit, came back. You know, the whole story is that he got a Corso and started breeding it, and then it was like, look what I can do, Dad, and showed him a dog, which then allowed him to move back in and do all this stuff, but then died shortly after in 94. So there's like this whole controversy about even their relationship and how much he actually knew what his dad was doing. It was more Linda Santino and Linda Valentine that knew more, because even when he got divorced from his second wife, the other two knew more, and Ed Hodis knew more. Oh, that's Rich booting about for the con man crap. Because wasn't he known for being like kind of like the snake oil salesman, like, you know, like, because how I was told by a couple different people, that was back then, because like Mike Peretti was in that whole get up and all that shit and bringing dogs in and mixing them in and all that shit, is that right, is that he was more like the circus snake oil salesman, the guy who said, I got all these, I got this, you know, like the circus guy who's that guy that sells all those like magical at the circus. Like the carny dude at the circus, you know, that has all the snake oil salesman, you know. So that was his like personality, because he could sell ice to an Eskimo. He could, you know, he could sell anything. So he was always the one showing up. Well, this bitch is out of this dog is out of this what, and then like with the side wink, you know. So nobody knew whose dog was out of actually what. But it's a later, okay. Right. Well, that's the crazy thing, is this guy acts like he knows like the whole history. I mean, we have to understand that. So Mike Satelli died, like senior died in 94, right? So this is from 88 to 94, because like Ed Hodis met him in 75, somewhere in there, 75. Then they lost touch for like 15 years. So, I mean, Dave wasn't even born then. He doesn't even know all this stuff. Like, he's 27, 28 years old. So all this is hearsay. It's all bad blood. And you have to understand, between all these people is horribly bad blood. These are feuds that have been going on for decades. There's a reason that it is Tony side versus Shauna side, and you are stuck in the middle of all this bullshit. And if Ed was still alive, it would still be all this controversy bullshit, because Tony was with Ed, and then, you know, Shauna and Derek are like, they're on one side, all this stuff. And the thing is like, Tony doesn't like Derek, but they used to be friends at one point. Like, all these people used to be friends at one point. They used to breed together. They used to do all this stuff together. They used to go to shows. There used to be all out brawls, all this shit. And then there was this big blow up. There was a litter that had seizures. People got puppies. People bred dogs that shouldn't have been bred from this litter. And people decided they didn't want no more part of it. But they used to go to Janet Gigante's house for pool parties, for Thanksgiving, for Christmas, for all this stuff, and used to have like family get-togethers. Like, they were all family. All these people that now hate each other. And so now it's like this big controversy that you're on one side of the aisle or you're on the other side of the aisle. All this crazy bullshit that we're all supposed to believe and supposed to pick a side to, that is just absolutely bullshit. And now we have, I don't know why David is in this middle going, oh, we're going to go back to the Mike Satelli bullshit. And this is the true Corso. And I feel that you're not breeding the real Corso, and nobody knows how to breed the real Corso. When it was a myth, it was bullshit. It was a band dog. It wasn't even a real Corso. And that real Corso wasn't even brought into the whole thing until like 91 or 92. And so we have to like, and then calling out the people who actually owned the breed, created the breed, whatever, and said they're pieces of shit. He's literally telling people that they don't know what they're fucking talking about. And like they're like, he told somebody, like, there's a thing on here, I get past in Kirkstead. Trash boy, oh my God. This is, see this right here, this bullshit right here, this, you got that right, trash boy. This is why preservation, Tony and Jeff Hall had a preservation site. This is the shit that happened on preservation. People can't just have a conversation. And that's another part with this breed. You have to fight. You have to act stupid. You have to do ad hominem attacks. You have to show your bravado. You can't act like a man. You can't have a conversation. You can't have real discussion. Dan's doing the same thing that Dave's doing and all this stuff. Yeah, this feed is entertaining. It's really retarded. That's all it is. But he literally tells an Italian person that because they speak Italian, that it's not their first language. That they're low IQ. This guy, I think it is. Yeah, no, seeing that English isn't your first language, you don't understand because you're low IQ. Like, what? So because somebody doesn't agree with you, doesn't understand what you're doing, and all I said, so if I understand correctly, from an Italian race crossed with a German race, an American race is born? Like, because he's calling it the American Corso. And he literally says to him, you're low IQ because English isn't your first language. And you don't understand because you're low IQ. Right. That's the truth. Oh, I thought he said he was 27. Okay, so maybe he's 24. But that's the world that we live in today. That it's better just to use ad hominem attacks, emotions over logic. And this guy literally said, this is his comment. This is literally his comment. And he didn't say, you're an idiot, you're whatever. He's just like, I mean, it's a sarcastic comment. Like, really? Does that make sense? And he said an American mixed breed. Like, right, right. And then he tells this person, because he tells him again because it's an American mixed breed. And then he responds to him saying the American mix for Corso that is better than the Italian because America is the best. Like, what? Like, some of these are so wild to me that I think I honestly don't understand if you just wanted to go viral, or like if it's for the clicks, if it's for the likes, or it's, do you have a litter that you want to sell? Because honestly, like, to me, it's wild. Well, no, you didn't wait 24, but buying dogs for 12, 13 years, right? Well, remember, Kane, I remember also too, he wasn't going to go back and tell his 11-year-old self anything because, well, he didn't, his 11-year-old self didn't need to learn anything. Right. Well, yeah, exactly. Well, it's no different than he said that he consistently has 10, 11, and 12-year-old dogs, except he's only been breeding for 12 years. How have you only been breeding for 12 years, but you can say you consistently have puppies that are living to be 10, 11, and 12 years? If you've only been living 12 years, explain to me. Literally, I want somebody to articulate to me how you consistently have puppies living 10, 11, and 12 years if you've only been breeding for 12 years. You don't have dogs old enough. I'll be right back. I gotta let Aaron in. I'm back. Right. I mean, because there's no possible way. Even if your first litter, because even like he said, his male, his original male, his stud dog died at 11. It was almost, he was almost 11 or almost 12 years old. So even if he bred that dog, say he bred that dog at a year, right? So that he had to breed a bitch, hopefully ethically at 2. But say he didn't breed that bitch ethically at 2, he bred that bitch at a year old. That if that dog died at 11, those puppies would only be 10 years old right now. 9.5, 10 years old. So he can't say that he's had puppies consistently, litters consistently. Right. Well, that's what I'm saying. Okay, so oh, this is where you yell at him. Well, And so, and this is, of course, this too, where in order to be fair, he claimed he would have to be breeding dogs at 6 months old first. That's if they come in at 6 months. Corsos sometimes don't come in 6 months, sometimes 8 months. Okay, so 6 months, 8 months, sometimes a year, depending on your Corso, depending on your lines. But say it's 6 months. Well, yeah, we know he doesn't know health testing. I mean, well, he says he does health testing. He just doesn't articulate what health testings those are. I mean, he has 4 or 5 month old puppies right now that have zero health issues, zero, with a COI of 30%, zero health issues. Health issues, I meant to say, not health testing. Right. That he bred to a rot, right? Is that one that's the one he bred to the rot, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know. Exactly. 6 to 14 months, depending on the age of the dog. Or depending on the dog, yeah. Depending on the dog, right. I don't know. And that's the thing, is like, allegedly. Allegedly, yeah. Oh, somebody said Sharpei. See? That's what I think it looks like. It's got to be a mixed Sharpei. And then please don't let this guy and his mutt speak for all Americans and their Corsos. Speak for yourself. Learn what and what is not an American Corso. And then you're slow, zero Sharpei, learn breed traits before speaking aloud. It looks like it's got Sharpei in it. Right. He doesn't know anything. Oh, well, that was another thing he said too, because I guess he said, what did he say, 10 years? Remember, Kane and I was telling you 10 years yesterday, and then when he did the interview, he said 12. Will said that he said 10 years in the interview with Tony too. And now all of a sudden it's jumped to 12. So magically, we're back to the Corso breeders math don't math. Okay. 10 to 15, now it's 12. Math is just not a strong suit for Corso breeders, apparently. Oh. Judd. And I believe what this Diego person, Diego Hernandez, is saying. Americans always want to change everything, and that's the truth. And then he literally said it's the best way. Sorry, I can't believe it. He's such a pompous asshole. Pompous asshole. And then this is Will. You admitted on YouTube you only had 5% Corso DNA in your dogs, but yet you're calling it you're calling it a Corso because you got ICCF regs. Bruh, you got smacked in that NWA podcast run by Joe Church, where you were interviewed with Tony Scandi himself for how little you know about the breed. Then you did a rebuttal privately where you said, I was set up. Nah, you got you had a train run on your ass. Since Satelli standard was written in 1988, is that Saki? I don't know, SACC standard written. And what year was it accepted in NCI? Bet you can't even guess the year it was. NCI approved it in Italy, which puts Satelli standard moot. As the Italians started the preservation, not Mike or Mickey Jr., you back to smack. Why did you do that? Why do you do the ad hominem attacks? You back to smoking that meth pipe again? Gee, spouting nonsense. Keep getting the dogs from the Amish, as you proclaimed on YouTube. That's where you found your horse shit of a dog. Suck on that dick some more. Why do you do that?
What kind of podcast are you doing today?
This jumped off. I mean, this whole thing, I got so many freaking comments. I had to talk about it. This is exactly why your third cancellation on Sean O'Brien, I refuse to give you a fourth opportunity. Tony showed everyone how much lack of knowledge you actually have in the breed that is an Italian breed, not American. All Satelli did was peddle a secondary, I think a secondary name from the Sicilian Bronchiato to the Cane Corso and duped thousands of people out of hand, hard-earned money, hard-earned cash, just like what you're trying to do. Best Backyard Breeder Award goes to you, my good sir. You officially topped Satelli's cake. His age has changed, the length of time breeding changed, the number of litters changed, the dog breed name changed, the dog used in his dogs changed, the pedigree changed, the Amish story changed. Right? That's the thing. The Amish story, first it was he just found it. The breed standard changed. Who he sells dogs to changed. The health of his dogs changed. The money he sells his dogs for, first he gave them away. Then it would only be for $1,200. No dog should ever go for more than $1,200 at max. And they have to be proven. And now it's $3,500. I mean, if you're buying dogs for more than $1,200, you're getting scammed. That was on his own podcast. He was bitching at everybody for selling puppies more than $1,200. We were all scammers if we sold our puppies more than that. These are mutts. They should only go for $500. And that's a direct quote. You all can find that. He literally said that. The temperament of his dogs changed. Dogs run loose changed. Family digs. The house changed. Dogs, I know what you were saying. I just wanted to say digs. Not so for and his idea of what he wanted dogs for. Because now he's gonna have an all-around working dog or whatever the hell he called him. Family friendly dogs changed. Yeah, yesterday he mentioned 18 different breeds. So then then he writes back to Will and says, glad you could take time out of your night to write this lame ass response where I've already disproven your point on the standard. You canceled just as much as I did, and you were the first to cancel, so let that be known. But I really don't have too much to say to you. You're the same desperate person as Tony and Dan K and Tony P. Your dogs are so great, yet you're here going back and forth with a nobody who's supposed shit dogs. But if the dogs were really as shitty as you say, you wouldn't have to come jump in the comments and defend yourself. You know what they say, if you ain't getting heat, you ain't doing something right. I clearly been doing something right since the jump. Stay mad, Dragon Master. That's what I can remember between Joe and Yin's show and what was said by Dave yesterday, right? I mean, he's all over the place. So then Will responds, that's where you're mistaken or undoubtedly a fool, since you seem to think I personally cancel. And I've seen the text messages between their cancellation and stuff like that. And Sean canceled 4 times. Then Dave and Sean canceled once. And Will didn't cancel at all. He just didn't respond the last time. He was like, no, I'm done. I mean, he didn't respond. He was just like, not going to respond anymore. And they canceled like 10 minutes before they were supposed to go live. Like 10 minutes, literally 10 minutes before they were supposed to go live. And I can show all those text messages, but I've seen all the text messages between all of them. It was ridiculous how much they canceled. Kept pushing it back, kept changing the dates, doing all this stuff. And then at one point, 10 minutes right before they were supposed to go live, Dave and that Sean dude both canceled. And I was just like, I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't keep setting up dates just to be canceled. It's ridiculous. Right. And right, that's basically what he's saying. It's completely okay. Well, because they didn't stay with the Satelli shit. You have to stay with the Satelli stuff. Because that's the only true Corso. Remember yesterday we were talking and I said, he's teaching you. He's teaching you how to breed. Because remember he kept saying, I feel like they don't know how to breed. They didn't know how to breed the right way. They didn't select the right dogs. They never, when they bred, they didn't keep the right dogs. Remember, he kept saying all that shit. Like it was some weird thing. Like, and the Italian people didn't know how to breed at all. So anyway, that's where you're mistaken. I undoubtedly, or undoubtedly a fool, since you seem to think I personally cancel. Seems you failed to look at the direct screenshots between Sean and myself, or should Sean O'Brien answer for you instead? I refused to reschedule after the canceled third time, and it was actually 4 times. You didn't deserve a 4th. And the reason I gave a flying fuck if you're misrepresenting the breed in general, as well as lying about the history of the genuine Cane Corso, preservation didn't start with Satelli. So the standard, the Italian wrote the same year as Satelli, but the Italians had no dogs to register. So they had no dogs. In Italy, they just had no dogs. The only dogs that were available to breed to were here. Or they had just no dogs. There was no registry. Just a standard based on thin air and dreams, but Mike had a real standard, real dogs, and they were already being registered and shown. Mike is the founder of the breed. He was the first to do all in the breed. You're just going to have to deal with that. That makes no sense. Is with Pedigree. So I remember what. You didn't do the line. Nobody does the line. Along with Mike and the stand. And the Mike's, it was 2 pages. I have it. Very shady and vague. It's 2 pages. It's like a page and a half. It's like 2 pages. What the fuck is the breed of it's not a Cane Corso? It's not a breed. It's not a breed. It's an idea. It's not. I'm just fucking with you at this point. This is crazy. Right. So their standard was written well before Mike's. It's right in black and white. Oh, the Cane Corso by Gandolfini. It has the entire time line of inception, the NCI acceptance in 87. Oh, Saladin, that's his name. Do your research. Oh, and so David says incorrect. 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 It's not. You lie. Different breeds invented by Mike from dogs that are not CCs at all. How the fuck is he still saying? Right. Well, that's what, okay, so that was my argument from the very beginning, right? So if it's not, then why are you calling it a Corso except to sell? You are trying to sell to the public. Call it anything else. Call it an American Mastiff, call it an American Band Dog, call it whatever, because it can't be a Corso. That's my argument. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. But if everything you're saying here, and this is why I wanted to go over his own messages, if everything you're saying here, that it was just a type and it's not a breed, and what you are doing is just a type, then it's not a Corso. And and if it's only with 5%, is it really a Corso? Because that's less. It has, well, what was it? 60% Neo, 14% something, whatever. But it was 3 to 5% Corso. So wouldn't you give it another name of whatever the higher point of the breed was in that lineup of DNA, or a mixture of something else? Like they have the North American Mastiff, all these other things where they're making band dogs, right? They're making these other breeds. They're using Corsos. They're using, like the one chick, she's using 7 different Mastiff types, and they're calling it the North American Mastiffs, right? So we all know these people are making, they're band dogs. They're band dogs, right? They can't register them with anything. They're using other different breeds to make whatever the fuck breeds they want to make, right? Because nobody wants to have a purebred dog no more, because there are no purebred dogs. So if you're making a Rot Neo Pit mix, it's not a Corso, especially if it only has 3 to 5% Corso. So if you're calling it an American, call it an American something, but it's not a Corso. That's my argument. Okay, so approximately 6% Neo, 30 to 40% Rod, 10%, 5% Corsos. What they gave on YouTube, they refused to post the results. Yeah, they wouldn't show the results. It wasn't for everybody to see. Okay, you can't send me stuff. It's coming up on my thing. You can't send me stuff. It's coming up on my thing because I'm on Facebook. So you can't send me stuff right now.
Maybe they'd like to see it.
They don't want to see it.
It's fine.
Okay. So, but yeah, so that's what the results were, but they refused to show the results from Embark or wherever they got it from, because it wasn't for everybody's eyes. Everybody's like, I see you, Aaron. Jesus. Okay, so there's no such thing as an American, because y'all are just Brits and Euros. I'm Russian. I'm not Brits and Euros. Naked. Yeah, don't send me naked booby pics. That would go against TOS. Okay. Okay. Americans aren't a real thing. Statistics and citizenship is all just man-made. Hung papers, anyway. They are. Yeah. Yeah, my dad came over from Czechoslovakia, so he's just hung papers. Okay. Right. Okay, so here I'm freaking out now. Everybody's sending me stuff. I'm just like, what is this? Okay. So right. So here's NCI. And this was in 1987. Oh, you guys can't see that. Okay, so, oh, I can't make it larger. Okay. I can't make it larger than that. Oh, crap. Damn it. Oh, is this the same one? Okay, I think this is the same one. If I get back down to where I was, I might be able to pull it up a different way. Well, oh, hang on a minute. I just can't believe that he would be like so crazy to people. Is this the right one? Okay. Oh, this is Dan Kirkstead stuff. I didn't see that where he said that Mike couldn't meet the demand. I understand no more on the true history. Oh, I understand and know more. I understand and know more on the true history of what Mike did than you, a guy who was alive at the same time period. It's sad. Keep breeding your dogs and bragging. But remember, after you're gone, no one is going to talk about or be working in Dan Kirkstead's lines, but there will still be Satelli lines and people talking and speaking on Mike, good, bad, or indifferent. Mike lives in forever in the breed. The rest of you will be forgotten. What is his fascination with Mike Satelli? Wow, I didn't realize that he was like that. Oh, okay. You do realize Mike wasn't trying to create a band dog or do anything in protection. He couldn't supply the demand for the original CC, so he mixed Rotties with Neo, calling them Corsi. And here you are 40 years later bragging the same shit. What a common crook. You couldn't be as fucking stupid as you look, right? Right. Even after getting your ass handed to you by Tony on a podcast, you're still running that same bullshit, weak ass dogs, weak ass program. Couldn't be more of a con artist, was absolutely nothing to back your credentials. as we all saw on the podcast, trust me, I would not be as kind as Tony was. I'd ruin your whole existence. That's the thing is that too is Dan Kirkstead is not a very nice person. I mean, he's just not. He's never been a very nice person, and not to anyone, like to women or men. He'll treat people the same way. But my two Floridians will create the new real Americans. Approved standard, yeah, approved 1989. Yeah, I'll upload that. Just give me a second. Japanese and stuff. That's how you make real Merkins. He knows more. Does he have access to parts of the internet we don't? I think he time travels. K9. He must time travel. I don't understand how he knows more than people that were actually there. Like, okay, so I don't know about Dan Kirkstead. I mean, like I said, he got his dogs from Tony and stuff like that. Maybe he even got a couple from Ed Hodis. I don't really know Dan Kirkstead's whole background. I try not to mess with Dan and don't really care for him very much. Like I said, he's one of those people that will go balls deep just for not liking you. This dog is not very aesthetically pleasing. Second, we don't arc on a Corso to look like Rottweilers. Yeah, or Sharpies. But he's just not a very nice person. And he'll do it, like I said, he'll do it to men or women. You know, he don't give two fucks. So, I just try not to mess with him. So I don't know a whole lot about his whole background. I do know that he got a lot of his dogs from Tony. So his information he got from, I'm guessing, Tony and them. And he's been around for a long time. Oh my God. Why has it got a little retarded tail? And that's absolutely terrible crop on the ears. Butchers his ears. Oh, look, another uneducated. Everything on that dog follows the 1988 Mike Satelli standard. Yeah, it still doesn't explain why you mutilate your dog's ears to an almost non-existent form. I'm pretty sure you'd be real fucking pissed if I cut your ears with my pocket knife. You're on the wrong board if you're upset about ear cropping. The dude wanted a short battle crop. Let him do what he likes with his dog. He looks healthy and happy. Oh. Yeah, you're clearly a jackass. I'm not sure why you're even in this group. My delusions about the Doberman breed trumps your years of experience to prove my imaginary friend wrong. No, I don't have the brain capacity today to do that. Right, I'm not sure what it's bringing back other than poor angulation and weird head, but go off, I guess. And he posted this picture and said, angularity is fine, thanks. So he likes this. I don't know what she said. Oh, okay. She put this little face. I mean, that's what he posted, that as angularity is fine. What the fuck? Like, maybe this is the old Satelli way. We talked about this yesterday. Remember, I went over the whole dog. I was like, poor dog. And this dog's athletic, I guess, too. I'm baffled. Baffled. Looks like a skinny band dog. Wow. So it looks like a skinny band dog coming from someone who looks like they eat rice pudding with raisins. And she says, Hillbilly, I'm not going to lie about that mutt you're trying to pass off as a breed. Can't take the truth, not my problem. He said, I prefer hunky, old head. What is wrong with these people? I'm going to buy 5 of them. We should, hey, I'm going to buy 5 of them, K9. I'm going to see if he's got 5 for sale. I'm going to buy 5 of them. We're going to start a dog sledding team up in Canada. You think they'll do it? I bet we can do it. We can be the new we can be the new Canadian bobsledding team. Was it really? I don't know. How is Raisins? I'm so out of the loop. How is Raisins a dig on race? What is pudding with raisins? I just thought that maybe she liked raisins in her. See, this is why you're here, K9, because you teach me all the shit. What is raisins and rice? Aaron, what is raisins and rice? Or pudding? Aaron, I'm learning stuff. K9 is teaching me stuff. What is rice pudding with raisins, and how's that a dig on race?
What is what?
Right. When somebody says you look like somebody that eats rice pudding with raisins, how is that a dig on race?
I don't know, but that sounds like some awful white shit.
She's white, and a white person said it to her. So what is that?
I'm guessing like a Karen.
Because stupid, boring. What I'm learning. Hey T, what's up? Rice pudding and
I guess that's being like the same as being an expert on mayonnaise.
I don't know. K9 teaches me all this shit and it fucking kills me. He teaches because I'm like, what does that mean? He's like,
it's the same as
okay, hang on. Because stupid, boring crackers put raisins on their food, potato salad, pudding,
we have the same saying as with potato salad here.
Oh,
like, white people put shit in their potato salad.
Oh, okay. So if anybody wants to know, I'm not racist. I have no idea what all these damn terminologies mean. I'm like the worst fucking person on the planet. They would say that to me, and I'd be like, I don't even eat raisins or pudding. And they'd be like, you dumb bitch. Some people identify as rice pudding and raisins. Oh, this is so fun. Yeah, that's gross. I'd be like, well, first of all, I don't eat rice pudding and raisins. I don't eat raisins or rice pudding. First of all, it's not gluten-free, and second of all, I don't like them. So I know what honky means, but what does old head mean? Old head mean that you're just old? Maybe people are gonna be like, what's wrong with you? This is a joke. No, just the joke's on you. Oh. Okay, got ya. See, you can tell I don't talk that way. I know what honky means or hillbilly means because I've always been called that because I live in the country. So I know what that means. But it doesn't offend me. It doesn't bother me. So if somebody would say that to me, I'd be like, okay. Okay, why not breed the real dogs instead of different breeds? No, just the joke's on you. Okay. Old head is equivalent to OG. So wait, so he ended up calling her? So he ended up calling her like a good name afterwards? I prefer hunky old head. So he ended up giving her a compliment afterwards? Oh, it's a subliminal insult. Oh, see, I would be so bad at this. See, I thought OG was good. I thought like if somebody was an OG, they were good at what they did. They were like they've been here for a while. They knew what was going on. They were like
Original gangster.
it's an original. Well, what old head.
Yeah, that's like your older people. Like you said, what we consider that is like you've been there for a long time or whatever. You're an OG.
Yeah, see what we consider like an OG, somebody's been there a long time, they know what they're doing, like, like, so I would think that was like a good thing. I would be so bad at this. They'd be like, why you insult me? And I'd be like, I'm not. Like, that's so good. Like, so I would think that he was.
Somebody considered OG bad?
Well, no, he called her an old head, and Kane said it's a subliminal insult because of the way he said it. Because he said, I prefer honky old head. And I was like, well, what does that mean? And because I know what a honky means. I lived in the country, so hillbilly, honky, whatever. But it doesn't. Yeah, but it doesn't bother me.
Cracker.
But I said, but what? Yeah, cracker, honky, whatever. Doesn't bother me any, right? So, but he said old head. He said, well, that means like an OG, like it's an equivalent to an OG, somebody like an old guy, old ways, old school, old head, right? Yeah. And then he said, but the way that he did it was like it's a subliminal insult, and I was like, because I said, so he was like being nice to her at the end. It's like, no, they're laughing at me. So he gave her a compliment at the end. He was like, because they were being mean to each other. I'm gonna be so bad at this.
You should stay in the house.
Just stay in the house. It's like, you should just stay in the house. It's respectful by young kids. Right. Okay, so OG is usually like respectful by young kids. Well, see, that's what I thought. So, but the way he did it here was like, see? Well, see, maybe he said, maybe he was being respectful. He was trying to be nice. It's all about the delivery, not the words. Gotcha. Well, see, I would just me personally, I'm just straight up. I'll just be like,
I
fuck
hate
you.
when people use a hard R on cracker. That makes me mad. If you call me cracker, it's okay. If you call me cracker, I get upset. I watch them hard R's.
Right. Me, I'm just straight up. I don't like you. I just say I don't like you. FU can be funny and an insult. Well, no, it's not. I'm just well, yeah, I guess it can be. Because I'm just like, but I just tell people straight up. I'm just like, but I'm joking 90% of the time anyway. So. Oh.
You know, lady.
Okay. Oh, wait, what is this? Okay. Oh, this person wrote a really good one. A small S. I'm calling it saltines. Saltines, right? That's funny. Like a younger kid is respectful. Says things I really care what I said. I had a kid tell me YOLO once. Never heard it. The Homo sapien? Well, okay. Isn't YOLO like live your life? Live your life something? I don't know. I'd have been like, live your life, yo. I don't know. I don't know what a YOLO is. I thought it was live your life. You only live once.
Wiggy
Oh my God, you all knew it. What the fuck? I'm so bad.
Wiggy cookies.
I don't get out much. Aaron keeps me chained to the bathtub.
Yeah. In fact, your free time's running out. Hurry up.
Now, I know what capping means because Kane already told me what capping, because I was like, what the hell are they talking about?
What does what mean?
Capping.
Yeah, that'd be shooting.
Yeah, that's what I thought was. Why is he capping? No, it's telling the truth.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
if I'm capping
unless
somebody,
that's
it's
really-
not what that means.
That's really. The newest thing I heard is when somebody says, I'm keeping it $1 with you.
Well, he taught me what that meant too, because I did.
100.
Right, but you know what else I learned yesterday? Keeping a bean. I was like, what the fuck is keeping a bean?
Bean?
A bean. I'm gonna keep it a bean with you. It's keeping the truth. Keeping it 100. I was like, what? They were saying all kinds of shit that I was like, what the fuck does all this mean?
Bean is keeping it 100 too.
Yep.
But they're from Canada, right? No, I mean, serious. I mean, he's from Canada,
Yeah.
so I wonder if like the slang is different there.
He said Drake's from down the road. It's mandatory as a Canadian to know the terms.
Yeah, I'm wondering if their slang is different.
Well, no, the guy on the thing was when we were doing a reaction, he was saying all kinds of shit, and I was like, "What?"
That's what I'm saying. Where was that guy from?
Oh, I don't fucking know.
I know. That's all.
Oh, he said you all kind of steal Canadian slang.
Huh?
He said you all kind of steal Canadian slang.
We steal Canadian slang? Come on, bro. Man, we're the OGs.
We're the OGs. We're the old heads. I'm gonna be talking all kinds of shit. People are gonna be like, "Man, this bitch don't even know what to say." I'm gonna say something that's gonna come across really wrong.
The difference between bacon and ham. What it?
He said we have a term, and 5 years later, it's all over America's socials. Okay, so a poor breed. I know you're a poor breed. I know your ego and self-worth is some tied into the mutation. We said we would make up our own terms, didn't we? I forgot we said that last night. I have come up with one. I need to hit my dog with that pumpkin. Basically means your dog got the rights. Right? There you go. Give it some pumpkin. That way it stops with the shits. I need that pumpkin, bro. I need that pumpkin, bro. People will be like, what the fuck? I know you. I know your ego and self-worth is some tied into this mutation. You're literally trying to someone raised handler and train Corso longer. Stop. And train Corso longer than you. And I've been alive. That's facts. Now here's some facts, Buttercup. You need here ignorance is bliss, and you are some blissful shit. Try and get that piece of shit FCI papers, get it properly recognized and a breed. Oh wait, you can't because it's some bullshit you made up. Oh my god. You ate a lot of paint chips as a child, didn't you? Is that why you have a lack of intelligence? I did eat that paint chips, but instead of making me unintelligent, it made me more care. It made me not care what old head losers that never do anything in their life have to say on what I'm doing. You have to be the single-handedly, you have to be the single. I wish people would check their text. The dumbest human I ever meet. I don't know if you ever try to be funny or that you're really that lack of much of intelligence. You may actually get your head scanned. Hopefully you shake. You never go for a retard. You make Forrest Gump look like a Rhodes Scholar. Oh, okay. So here, this is that his friend. Speaking of ego, look at this jackass. Why do you believe your opinion matters? Well, this is the problem, right? So when people write like this, you posted it for opinions, right? Like, you posted it to get everybody's opinion, or why else would you post it? Jackass, how much of a dumbass are you? Ego, I never said anything to that effect. Facts are opinions. Good God Lord, I thought the previous idiot took the cake. You just straight born stupid. You make Darwin theory of evolution scream true. Oh my God. It's about, oh my God. Is that true? Is that true? You lie. No. Freebird is not a Canadian song. It's an American rock anthem by Leonard Skinner, a South rock band from Jacksonville, Florida. The song was written by guitarist Alan Collins and led by singer Ronnie Van Zant. Recorded in 1973 and released as a single in November 1974. It became one of the band's signature tracks, often closing their live show, and widely regarded as one of the greatest guitar solos of all time. Leonard Skinner is a US-based band, and Freebird has never been associated with Canada.
Man, you ain't taking Freebird, yo.
He said it was. He said Freebird was actually a Canadian song. First, it's about geese.
Stop it. Hey, we need to send K9 for a drug test, man.
They always fuck with me, and I'm really not sure if it's true or not. So I have to look it up. Okay, I have to get back to where Will's thing was so I can see if I can find it. This is an interesting experience. Nice dog, but wrong approach. It's not that putting together different dog breeds. It's mixture produced a breed that has a history. And he said, wrong approach. Who are you to speak on the approach? You are not one who has done nothing in canines. How does he know? I mean, did he go look him up? I mean, this is what I don't I think this is it. Well, I think he okay. There we go. See, Will, I can do it this way better. He said, if Dave can take the CC with a lie, I get Freebird in NASCAR with a lie. Okay. See how many people mention the Sharpay and Chow? I know, that's what I said. Okay, so incorrect, like I said, you could. Okay, so this is where he talks about it in 87. Do your research. And he says incorrect again. Like I said, you can write a standard whenever, but if based on dreams and thin air, it holds no weight. They had no dogs recognized or registered till, well, after Mike Satelli had the first standard actual dogs and dogs registered are being shown well before any other entity. And they said, seems to me I'm right. This SACC standard was accepted in NCI in 87 as stated. Maybe you need to read up because their standard was hella in depth. Not the one-page summary that Satelli wrote that lacked any merit. You need an Amazon link to the book to educate yourself. Nah, you just got this little buddy. So this is where he then puts a picture of the actual book where it states it. The standard during 1987. Right. Welcome back. So then he says, as stated above, you are wrong. I can't explain it any clearer than I already did. Your book is incorrect. Your book is incorrect. He goes, then, so Will says, then back up your statement with proof. Educate the masses. So this is where Sean came on and said about how he was talking about the screenshots. You know, I was honest with both of you, and I did let Dave know that from my recollection, I was the one who canceled 2 of the 3 times. So I will fully own that between working time, family, blah, 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 all this crap. So he thanked him for telling the truth. And anyway, Dave responds, it was public information. Maybe if you look somewhere else other than your lousy books, you would know that I'm not here to educate on this group. I'm show the dogs for what they are, showing what I'm doing. You keep breeding once every 4 years and we'll see how far you get versus me. Still to this day, I have never heard one person say I have whispering eye Connie Corsos. I don't know who whispering. I think it's supposed to be whispering spring. But this is the crazy thing. He edited this, right? And he still didn't edit. You would know. KNOW. Books are wrong. Breeders are wrong. Italians are wrong. The internet is wrong. His mentors were wrong. He didn't have mentors. Remember? He doesn't believe in mentors. Remember? He said that yesterday. Will's wrong. Fuck me. What was his history? It's public information. Maybe you should look elsewhere other than your lousy books. You would know that. Still can't produce no correctly. Okay. It's public information. Maybe if you looked elsewhere other than your lousy books, you would know that I'm not here to educate on this group. I'm show the dogs for what they are, showing what I'm doing. You keep breeding every 4 years and see how far you are get versus me. Still to this day, I've never heard. I wonder what he changed. Weird. He still can't say no correctly. He edited and still didn't produce no correctly. Well, they're not a breed. But didn't like what was said. But he did kind of learn from but not much. So it's really weird to me. So that's that one. Just make sure we didn't miss any. And then he had, oh, did he remove the other one? Okay, wait a minute. Oh no, here it is. Right. Last stream, yep. But so these are the ones on this one where, so this is the one where he's like posting all these pictures to pursue to get back. He wants to get back to these ugly dogs. And it is, I mean, I love it. I like cute dogs. Notably ugliness. And then he can't stop himself. You will learn that some heads look like modern day Rottweiler. Maybe, but maybe it's a character selection and you'll put video of these dogs at work. In that case, I would be prepared to reconsider my opinion. Curious, where do you believe they originated from, right? The dogs above originated in Mike's backyard in New Jersey. Neo Rot Pit. This is the truth. Back then, there was less than 1,000 in the U.S. There are so many now, it's sickening, being peddled like crazy. Thanks for stating the obvious. I mean, I love this, right? So, American band dogs, they were nothing more than Neo and Roddy. Satelli's son admits this. How can you call it a Corso or even American Corso when it's an American band dog? Knowing they were mixed and still calling it a Corso is beyond bizarre. DNA tests prove this, by the way. Thanks for stating the obvious, but the fact is this, I'm guessing same bloodline, have been papered in as a pure breed Cane Corso for 37 years, and the Italians in the 90s said these dogs were great examples of the breed, even flying photos of champion Rocco in their clubs. So who cares? Cane Corsos were always a type of dog in Italy. So why can't we have an American version of this is part of why I'm trying to drop the Connie Corso and move them to another name and or registry. Therefore, American Corso is the perfect name for what these dogs are and have been for the last 37 years. What registry is he planning on moving them to? I mean, honestly, what registry is he planning on moving them to? I mean, the one that is just a mixed breed? The ICCF isn't going to register them. So, okay, so anyway, registry, therefore, American Corso is the perfect name for what these dogs are and have been for the last 37 years. Italians have Neo Boxer, Bull Mastiff, and Doug Bordeaux. We have Neo Rot Pit. Same thing, different place. And if you disagree, keep researching the breed history. Start his own registration should be easy. He's only one F1 letter. All right. I mean, I think it's really hard to start a registry, but yeah, I don't know. Like, just, yeah. This person, I see where you're coming from. And the most part, I agree. Although I believe the breed must meet the breed standard of a Cane Corso to be considered one. Would love to hear about any results from testing, as I've always wanted to do something similar. Feel free to DM to talk more. Anything I say here gets, or to talk more, anything I say here gets shit on. It's because you go after people. Pitbull's got bull and terrier breeds, so pit bulls aren't a breed. Nothing's a breed. Nothing. I'm telling you. So everybody believes nothing's a breed. Will he also create the mini American Corso? Oh, he'll probably create all kinds of things. He has three, remember, he has 3 separate lines. So Kareem says, by your own logic, were the Italian dogs not mixed? Let's see how far you can take your own argument here. He goes, I thought there were, this person says, I thought there was only one Cane Corso. So David said, wrong. And then this guy says, they should be only one because after all, it's a breed. No reply. So this person said, just stop. Go get with Mike and make a new breed. The fact that Satelli bred a bunch of mutts in his backyard and portrayed them as something they're not, this has been an issue since the beginning. No secret. They've been trying to reverse the damage in the breed for a long time. So why hang on to these garbage lines that should have been calls? And he just calls him, you a clown. And then he says, and then the person replies, the clown of the Cane Corso community, says the clown of the Cane Corso community. After getting your ass handed to you by Tony, you would think that you realized how foolish you look and sound. I mean, you would think that this guy at some point would just be like, okay, I'm starting to look foolish here. And then he says, Says the guy coming from the guy hiding behind a fake Facebook profile. You guys are the real joke. There's no joking on my side. I stand for what I want, what I believe in, and I do what I want with my dogs. No bullshit narrative, no pyramid schemes to make money, and I damn sure ain't gonna fold and listen to a bunch of old dusty guys who are way past their prime, never had a prime actually, so stay mad and stay in your feelings. Never had a prime actually. So then this guy says, another Mike Jr. Hope people realize this sooner than later before you do any more damage you already have. Holy, check out this winner with nothing but opinions and dreams. Take a pic and frame it. It's sweet. And take a pic and frame it, sweetheart. I don't understand why people can't just talk. He talks more online than we do, and that's saying something, right? My grandfather was was a military dog training in World War II. World War 11. No, it was a joke. It was a side joke. World War II. He was stationed in Milan, Italy after the war, and in 1949, he and my grandmother moved back to the States with 4 Neapolitans. I would sit and listen to his stories about all the dogs there. In his stories, he would talk about, is everybody just literally forgetting the E? The Cane Corso. At times, sorry, had to bounce out. Had an attorney call to attend LLC. Sorting out. Just a bunch of stuff. I actually was able to blow up your picture and show the date. At the time, and he gave me inspiration that long ago. The Romans would call the dogs. I'm guessing he was saying call the dogs. They didn't deem suitable for the areas and consider them runts and let the peasants have them as farm dogs. And at the time, and as time passed, they became their own breed. I'm not the expert, but from what I remember from his stories he told when I was young, I do lean to believe that because of the very similarities between them. Okay. Form follows function, not the other way around. We're 11th degree. Circle. Do you guys all know why I said 411? I mean, half of you are from Canada, but I'm just saying, do you know why I said that? We got 170 years. That's okay. Buckets are burning oil to call the dogs. Maybe. Lemon, they don't know it's Roman numerals. It's like, it could be both.
Deport German, Japanese, Italian. The last time the Alien Enemies Act was invoked, it was used to detain and deport German, Japanese, Italian immigrants during World War XI.
Ilhan Omar just read World War II as World War XI. It is pretty clear that she got her education at the Quality Leering Center. What a disgrace.
Did you guys see that? That's why I said World War XI. Anyway. Good time. So when I seen that, I was like, oh, World War XI. Right. Yep. So when I seen that, I was like, oh, it's 11. It's not 2. It's 11. We got to read it as 11. I mean, she quickly corrected herself afterwards. Kinda. But you know. The fact that I was like, the fact that you would think it would be 11 is scary in itself because there's not been a 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The thought that it would even play in your head that it would be an 11. Oh. Yeah, did you see what he says to him? Or her? Sorry, whatever. I mean, I just think it's wild. Because there are some beautiful Corsos in Italy. There are some beautiful Corsos in Italy. Oh, you wrote in this one too? Jesus. Well, so this is where you wrote, just because you got registered saying, you got a registration saying Corso, doesn't mean jack. When your DNA comes back with less than 6% Corso DNA, you don't have a Corso, period. You got an admitted mutt. Stop calling it a Corso. And before you come at me, remember you canceled no less than 3 times your interview. And I refuse to give a 4th opportunity. Seems like I don't need to debate, especially after you got. Oh, you got just. Oh, you just got dessert by Tony. Oh, okay. Okay. I wanted to make sure I wasn't on the same one. I never canceled. Oh, wait. Oh, if it ain't Mr. Dungeons and Dragons, did you finally move out and get out of your move and get property, or are you still living in your mother's shed? I really don't care about the interview thing. You canceled as many times as I canceled after a recall. You canceled more, but that's neither here nor there. You are another perpetrator of breeding, so-called preserved true Corsos from Italian bloodlines, and you won't admit that they're just van dogs all themselves. And don't you have dogs that go back to the Super 6 as well, because you couldn't fold those original dogs you had or just call that side of the program? So I wouldn't be talking on the Satelli dogs when your pedigrees go back to them as well. And I don't care how small or how low the percentage, you still bred from that blood. So again, you can say mad, or you can stay mad like the rest of them, like the rest of them, and breed your Italian dogs and do 6 repeat breedings and call it your F10s. I never canceled, or do we need to need a reminder sent to your cell phone? Again, I have the entire conversation screenshot. So say something more truthful for a change. I still own my mama's shed and a 101-acre spread in West Virginia. Stay up with the times, my guy. More than welcome to come down and put your dogs with where your mouth is. I'll gladly work your dogs, and I'm sure mine will outwork yours. As far as my kennel, I have 2 separate bloodlines I've been working on. Everyone knows this. 16 plus years, 2 different bloodlines in F3 and F4 series now. I'm still waiting to see that 8th generation pedigree that's all your work, my guy. Just like I've been waiting for you to prove I've got presses in my lines like you claimed. Keep that cock meat sandwich, sucker. You people. I'm just bored. Dave, it's still the breed, right? The aliens were allies. The Alanas, the Ellens, Romans, like 200 AD for 400 were surely this area. The held a battle against. A chicken breeder would say something like that. But people act like the Corso back in. They were T. And is this? I watch somebody play D&D on YouTube all the time. I love how they make their characters and everything. It's really cool. She plays it while she does full watch for her horses. It's really cool how they set it up and everything. I have 2 separate bloodlines, and I have been working on one UKC line and one AKC line. Definitely making headway. I think it's weird that this is what I think is really weird about this whole conversation is that he's like, you know, breed every 4 years. Is it weird that you're not a puppy mill, that you're just not pumping out puppies? Like, is that supposed to be a diss? But it always became became Rome to France, etc., and their war tactics. It's your computer, your update on your computer, T. Right? Were they being serious? I want to know where we can read it in historical text. You play WoW, Will? Hmm. 16 plus years. Oh, what does he say? Me and Aaron play that all the time. I play a Blood Knight, a Death Knight tank. 16 plus years, and you're in F3, F4. My screen just went black. Really weird. Okay, 16 years, and you're in F3, F4. Man, you really making headway, and a large contribution to the breed. Laugh my ass off. That statement alone shows why we stand so far apart. Keep doing your dungeon master. I'm proud of you. Finally made it out of the shed. I think it's so weird that. Yeah, go ahead. Right? Establish and cement how many years? To get a bloodline of your own? 400%. Sorry, 4 generations, but that would be 2, 4, 6, 8. Because you have to count the breeding and the growing up of each dog. But it's 4 generations. I'm not talking years, sorry. I was talking generations. It's 4 generations from your F1 to your F4 to make it 100% yours. But then it's 8 years. 2, 4, 6, 8. Yeah. $17 to 20 years. I used to be under the assumption you could do it in approximately 7. I mean, that's to start your lines, to have 100% your line. What are you asking me? You're never going to cement a bloodline if you're asking me to like have a perfect bloodline. Because you're always going to want it better. So you're always going to tweak. You're always going to add. Okay, so 4 generations. 4 generations is a pedigree. You could have 4 generations of your pedigree, your name on a pedigree. Is that what you're talking about? Like your dog, your dog, your dog, your dog? Yeah. But then you'd have to keep doing it. But you're like, you could have one pedigree that's your generation. Like your pedigree would be 8 years. Would be your dog to your dog to your dog. Now, I think you could do it 8 to 10 years. But see, I don't look at it I guess I don't look at it in the same way that you do, because I'm never staying within, I never pigeonhole myself, and I never stay within my thing. Even like you've seen my bitch, you've seen my dog, right? That I showed you earlier. And so you've seen the grandmother, and then you've seen the grandson, and see how much they look like each other. There was dogs in between there that I kept, and they all had my kennel name on them, right? And so they all looked so similar. You can build a foundation on that. But the thing is that pedigree didn't have all of my kennel name on it, because I never pigeonhole myself to where I don't care about the pedigree having Savita, 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 Savita. I'm looking to breed the best dog possible. So I don't give a shit about having Savita has to be on the top and the bottom. I'm looking at the best dog, the best longevity, the best health, the best temperament, the best structure. So for me, I'm not looking at is my whole pedigree, when you pull it up, going to say Savita, the whole thing. No. If an outside dog that I bring in is going to give me everything on the table, it's going to meet this dog. So I have a dog and I want to breed this dog, or I have a bitch and I want to bring this bitch. This dog is going to bring what I need to the table to better this bitch. I'm going to bring it in, and I don't give a shit if it's a different kennel. I'm going to bring it in because it's better for this bitch. And that's going to, then I keep a puppy off of that. And that's a Savita dog, right? So I don't give a shit about the whole, yeah, you can have a distinct generation from the, right. But I never cared about having like my dogs. It's no different than, so when my mentor got a dog from me in 2000, so I started breeding in 2002. When she got a dog from me in 2014, my bitch, or the bitch that she got from me, looked like the bitch that I sent you, my foundation bitch. I had solidified enough, even bringing in outside stuff. I solidified my line enough, my phenotype that I was breeding for enough that everybody thought she was Chica. Her name was Layla, but everybody thought she was Chica. And she kept getting pissed. She kept, this isn't Chica, it's Layla. But I had solidified my own, what I was breeding for, with the look that I was going for, the phenotype that I was going for in Dobermans. That when my dogs walked in the ring, they knew that that was my lines. But my pedigree didn't say Savita across the whole thing. Does that make sense what I'm saying? So I don't give a shit if my whole pedigree says Savita, but I can solidify a line bringing in other dogs. But I did it in short order because I picked the dogs that I wanted. I picked the phenotypes on the dogs that I wanted, and I kept building on those dogs. And then I took that dog, and I always kept the best out of every litter. And I only kept one dog. I never kept 2, 3, 4 dogs. I kept the best dog, and then I bred to the best. But I always breed looking at every dog and saying, what can this dog bring this dog that it doesn't have? And then I kept the best, and then I bred to that. And I didn't care if it was an outside dog. And I didn't do brother to sister, mother to daughter, or mother to son. I didn't do all of that. Even if it was an outside dog and I looked at that dog and said, ooh, this dog has more bone. This dog has more top line. This dog has, more stifle. This dog has more depth and brisket. Whatever I needed for this dog that I kept, I brought that dog in. And I don't care if it was, like I said, a Briarwood, a Cambria, an MOA, or whatever it was. I brought it in to better that dog, and then I kept the best out of that. So you're always bettering. But I don't think you can ever, quote unquote, solidify your lines 100%, because every day there is a better dog than what you are breeding being born in a whelping box somewhere. And breeders need to understand that. Every day somebody is breeding better than what you have. This is how breeding works. So you have to keep an open mind, and you can't stay kennel blind. So you have to go and look out and see. And it's not always the best dog in the show ring. It's not always the best dog in the field. It's not always the best dog that's doing search and rescue. It's not always, it could be the pet dog down the fucking road. But every day there is a better dog being born in a whelping box somewhere. And it doesn't have to be your dog. It doesn't have to be a dog that is right. It's a breed instead of a bloodline. Right. So it doesn't have to be a dog. It could be a dog that just totally, somebody said, ooh, I got a dog, that my friend, and she wants to breed it or whatever. It doesn't hurt to take a look at it. Not everybody, I mean, I know there's this whole, I want to breed because fluffy, you know, I want my kids to experience this or whatever. Taking a look at it, as long as they've done all the health testing, done all this shit. I had people, that male that I sent, that I sent you, Will, well, he's actually, if I stop sharing this, that's actually him right here, right? So I took him, so I took a champion bitch or a non-champion bitch out of a champion. She was a champion bitch, and I bred her to a champion male. Kept the bitch out of it. The best bitch. She was by far super intelligent, gorgeous fucking bitch. But I didn't show her because she hated to fucking show. I don't believe in showing dogs that don't like to show. She just hated to fucking show, but gorgeous fucking bitch. I took her and bred her to an absolutely gorgeous male that was in the process of being shown, but was not a champion yet. And everybody asked me why I did the breeding, because she was not a champion. And that is exactly why I did the breeding, because that is the male that I got out of it. Matter of fact, the whole litter was absolutely gorgeous. It was a very consistent litter, but they all look like that. And 3 of them went on to be service dogs. But that dog right there, and he was my best dog out of the litter, but that dog there was the reason I did it, because I seen the possibility of it. Now, could it have turned out to be a shit breeding? Absolutely. But when I seen the possibility of it, that was why I did it. But that dog was why I did it, because not every dog that's in the show ring, not every dog that's in the working ring, not every dog that's in whatever means that that's going to be the flavor of the month. It could be just a fluke dog that is the flavor of the month. You have to look at everything, the dogs behind it, or the dogs on the side of it, all this shit, the health testing, the longevity, all this shit that's behind it, because that's what it could create. So that's why I did the breeding. But everybody asked me at first, they're like, oh my God, why'd you do that breeding? Because of the possibilities that it could give you. Right. They could go bad fast, and you can bottleneck yourself into people that try to go, I got to have my name, 15 generations in the damn pedigree. You're going to bottleneck yourself into it. I don't care about having bullshit. I don't care about having my name in the pedigree. And it was never, what I always called that was your name up in lights. If you got to have your name everywhere in the pedigree, it's my pedigree, it's all this bullshit, that's your name up in lights. What I care about is the accolades the dog gets. The dog will prove whether I'm a good breeder or not. So you can look at the pedigree and you can see that I've chose good dogs to make this dog. And if it was somebody else doing their job and making a good dog, that's the dog I'll choose. I don't care whose kennel it is. If it's the right dog for that dog, you have to look at what that dog offers and brings to the table for that bitch or dog. That's the most important thing when you're making a decision, not that it's your dog and your name's going to be on the table or on the pedigree. It was never a concern of mine. So, but I think you can get a good foundation started for your own, what you're breeding for and what you want, and start solidifying your look in a good 8-10 generations. 10 years. Easy. I mean, 8-10 years, you should start seeing consistency easy. And if you're not, then you're not picking the best of your litters. That's just my opinion. But you also have to go with a solidified breed too. I think that's the harder part too, because like with Corsos, Corsos aren't a solidified breed. Like Dobermans are a solidified breed. Yeah, I mean, a Doberman's a Doberman. It's what you're breeding for. If you're breeding for more bone, more substance, a more square head, more underjaw, a deeper brisket, a wider chest, if you're breeding for those things, that's the difference when you're having a solidified breed. You already know basically what you're going to get. It's just what you prefer. If you like the more robust look, you like the more European look, you like a more spindly, that's what we call it, spindly Doberman, you're looking for a more American line, that kind of thing. So you have to gauge what you're adding more to and you're taking more away from. So that's those are the things you have to breed for, your taste. And every breeder's going to have their taste. I'm a head whore. I'm absolutely, and a Doberman is a head breed. So for me, it's when you're looking, when you look at a dog, the dog's first thing you see that's coming at you is a headpiece, right? So you can't have a bad ear set. You can't have a bad head crop. And you surely, bad head crop will throw off your headpiece in a fucking minute. So when you have all those things, so I call myself a head whore. If I see a bad headpiece, eye set too close, all this stuff, you have a disc face, there's a lot of things that you look for in a headpiece. And if your headpiece isn't correct, I literally have a hard time keeping a dog if you have a bad headpiece. So if you don't have all those things that are falling into place, you can have a beautiful body, but a headpiece is hard to fix. It takes generations to fix a bad headpiece. So if you can solidify your headpiece first and make that a dominant thing in your breeding program, the rest of it you can fix. It takes a couple generations to fix layback and to add a little bit more croup, to do a tighter top line, all these kind of things. So those things are easier to fix. Headpieces are hard, especially on a solidified breed. But when you have like the Corsos and stuff like that, and you have people that are breeding just, willy-nilly to anything, you don't know what is a dominant trait and what is a recessive trait. And especially when people, if they're hanging papers and you don't know what is actually behind that breed, or, and what is behind that line, you don't know what you're playing. It's like kind of playing Russian roulette, because you don't know what you're playing with and what's going to take years to get out of, what's going to take a generation that you can fix if you add this to that. So like if you go with, there's a guy over in Italy that has gorgeous headpieces. If you want to fix a headpiece, he's I can't remember his name. Knows somebody and knows, he's got great headpieces. So if you got a bad fucking headpiece, he's dominant in his headpieces. Some of his body pieces are bad, but he's got great headpieces. So if you got a really fucked up headpiece, you could go to him. What is his name? I'm so bad with names. NOS or something, NOS or something like that. Anyway, I can't think of it right now. I'll have to drop it in the comments. But he's got really great headpieces, but he's dominant. Every dog that you see come out of his kennel, he is dominant in that headpiece, which means if you look back through his pedigrees, those headpieces are almost all the same. And you can tell that his headpieces are that headpiece. So that's a dominant trait. Can you get me some ice?
I'm coming to get your glass right now.
Oh, thank you. So you can tell that he's got that dominant headpiece. And when you have something like that, it doesn't take long that if you've got a bitch that's got a fucked up headpiece and you ship in some semen from him, which he's really good about shipping in semen. So if you ship in some semen from him and Custodian Notes, that's his name, Custodian Notes. So if you ship in some semen from him on a really nice, thick, gorgeous, masculine headpiece, you could fix your headpiece in a generation or two. And because it's going to pull through, you're going to get some puppies, but you got to keep a puppy out of there with a dominant headpiece that looks like his shit. And that's what people don't understand is they don't know how to look at something and actually say, okay, I need to fix this. They want to be kettle blind and go, well, I need a top line. Top lines are easy to fix. Or I need some stifle, but I really like this puppy because it's cute and it's sweet and all this stuff, but it's got no fucking stifle. It's got straight fucking legs, slip talks, low tail set, no croup, all this shit, but it's a sweet fucking puppy. Well, that you can't breed that. You're breeding at it and you're doubling up on it. You're causing all these fucking issues. Next thing you know, you're at the fucking doctors with ACL issues and fucking bad hips and all this shit. It's just, you've got to start making better. That's why when we look at the fucking, the lineup, you don't even know that you're looking at Corsos. You're looking at Mastiffs, you're looking at Doug Bordeaux's, you're looking at some boxers, you're looking at I don't know what, like some mutts that came off the street that some homeless person owned or some shit. I don't know. Like some of these shit things I'm looking at and I'm like, I don't even know how they looked at that as the standard and got a championship. I mean, honestly. So when you're looking at that, I don't understand how anybody's breeding anything, because it's really just throwing them in a bag and hoping you end up with something. And I don't know if that answered any of your fucking questions, because I just went on a rant. And then the splayed feet. Another thing is splayed feet. Fucking start breeding to somebody that has like actual good feet, good, tight, short toes, big, nice, tight feet. Like all these people are breeding these long ass fucking, I know rants are a good thing, but these long ass toes with these feet that are so splayed out. Feet are your foundation. Breed these nice feet. People are bad nutrition, splayed feet, bad pass turns. Nobody's getting all these people and these long ass toes. I wish people took more pride in what they're actually breeding and understand that your foundation starts from your feet up. I see all these weak ass pass turns, these dogs down, these duck platypus splayed feet. And I think, God, give them better nutrition. Get them some SureGrow 100. It's cheap. You can order it off of Amazon. Get them up on them feet and stop breeding these long ass toes. Think about when you're breeding. What are you seeing? Are you seeing dogs with these long ass toes that they can't even grip with? All this shit. It's like, oh my God, these are dogs that should have nice, stocky feet with nice, tight feet, short toes. They should look like they're standing on quarters, 50 cents, like standing. Not quite as cat-like as Dobermans, but they should be damn close. These things. I don't, honestly, I talk to people and I'll be real honest with you, T. I talk to people and some people look at me like I got a dick on my forehead. They're like, what? What are you talking about? I mean, sometimes, and that's why I said terminology. Half these people don't know terminology. Half these people don't know that your feet weakness, your pass turn weakness, that all adds to the back, that all adds to the shoulder, to the neck. Pass turns being weak, that's the elbows. You're throwing your elbows out. All this stuff contributes to all the pain and the suffering that your dog will go through as it ages, arthritis, all these things. And it's like, God, just get them some stuff, like get them up on that stuff. Feed them better nutrition. It's not better food. It's just make sure that they have, you can feed a dog fucking, I don't recommend it, but you can feed them fucking Alpo. But get them some SureGrow when they're going through ear cropping. Anesthesia, anytime you put your dog under anesthesia, it pulls, the anesthesia pulls the calcium through their teeth and their bones and all that stuff. So you need to get them on SureGrow 100. It's not that difficult. You can buy it off of Amazon, and it gives it back to the tendons and the bones, especially when they're teething. Usually they get their ears done the same time they're teething, and the teeth are more important than anything, and it'll make them go down on their feet. Once they go down and they stay down, you can't get them back up. SureGrow helps with that. It gives them the calcium and the phosphate, and give them vitamin C. If you give them calcium and phosphate and vitamin C the same time that they're getting their ears cropped and their teeth are coming in and all that shit, you won't have that pastern problem. You won't have the splayed feet and the fucking, oh, I hate seeing puppies so weak on their pastern, so splayed out on their feet. It's like, God, just get their feet up. Because once they do that and you keep them like that, it will never go back up. And then you have dogs that are like this, where they look like they're just like this. And that's so weak, and it's hard on them. It's hard on their elbows, hard on their backs, hard on their necks, hard on their shoulders. And it's literally SureGrow, SURE, grow, GROW, 100, like 100. And you can get it from Amazon. You can get it from any, just put SureGrow 100 and it'll pop up all kinds of links you can buy it from. You can get it from Chewy. You can and you can deliver it right to your house. But you give them that. As soon as you get their ears cropped, their teeth are coming in, give them a pill in the morning, pill in the evening, get them some vitamin C. You can't overdose them on vitamin C. They'll piss it out. So give them that. That way they get their phosphate and calcium, and it helps them. That way they don't get pano either. I mean, it's such a good thing. It's like, geez, how do people not fucking know this? I mean, I hate to say it, because it's like, I see all these. I mean, we give it to Doberman puppies because, like, we don't want their ears to break, when they were getting posted and stuff like that. Because anytime your dog's under anesthesia, and they have to put that weight on their ear for the heart monitor and stuff like that, at that breaking point, it breaks that ear down. That ear will never stand. Then you crop their ears for no fucking reason, Anesthesia causes weakness of tendons and bones and stuff like that, holes from all that. So you just give them SureGrow. Never happens. You don't ever have to fucking worry about it. All that shit. And it's like, it's something that we've known for years. And so I see all these breeds. Anything that's a fast maturing, give it to Great Danes, all that stuff. If you have puppies you start seeing knuckle over, anything like that, you throw, it's usually because you have hardwood floors and stuff like that, and they don't have anything to grip on. So you want to throw kitchen rugs around the house and stuff like that, so they have something to grip on while they're walking between the rugs and stuff like that, because they need something to grip on. But it's usually because they're weakening out. They need SureGrow, vitamin C, throw some kitchen rugs around. Puppies can't live on hardwood floors where they can't grip. Everybody wants to get rid of carpets and all that stuff and just have linoleum or tile and all that shit. You need to throw kitchen rugs around. That way they don't knuckle out, or knuckle over. So it's just all the random shit that you just know as a breeder, or that breeders should know. Great Danes do it. Mastiffs do it. Dobermans do it. Any breed that's a fast growing breed, like, Corsos, anything that's fast growing and gets their ears cropped, anything like that, any kind of surgeries, anything like that, they should all have. And this is something that breeders should tell everyone. Just be known. And it should help the puppy. I don't know. It's just a little rant. I see all these puppies with these splayed feet, and it makes me mad. It's like, why isn't your breeder telling you to put them on SureGrow? And stop breeding long toes. Well, the thing is so when we do ears and stuff, right? You take the nails back. people used to get mad back in the day. You take the nails back all the way to the pads, right? And it's so that they can't scratch for stitches and stuff like that, and they can't take the stitches out. So, but it doesn't give them anything to grip on. So it causes them to not be able to grip, and they can slide and stuff like that. And it causes them to start knuckling over. And so I tell people all the time, just go to the dollar store, get some kitchen rugs and throw them all around your house. That way they have areas that they can grip, you know, because you don't want them running all the time with nothing to grip on. I mean, they have tiny little feet, and it stops the knuckling over. You put them on SureGrow and the vitamin C. I help Doberman people all the time. They're like, is this knuckling over? And I'm like, yep. And then tell them what to do. And it takes about 3 or 4 days and it's gone, you know, if it don't get too bad. If it gets really bad, they'll start looking like, no shit, they'll start looking like they're holding a beach ball. And it looks really bad and people start freaking out. But they breed because, well, they don't want to lose the investment. Yep. And they figure they can just get better pups. Yeah, but long toes is hard. That's hard to get rid of. You should never keep a puppy to breed with long toes. That's a dominant trait, and that's hard to get to breed back from. Yeah, you should just put them randomly throughout the house. Like if you got a living room and all that stuff, just throw them randomly, just so that they can have areas that they can walk on. Just until they get older. It's like that chick, T, that has all that area. And I was so mad about all the dogs slipping and sliding. It's nothing for them to grip on. It's nothing to go to the dollar store and pick up a couple kitchen rugs. Yeah, the non-slip kitchen rugs, yeah. That Alice chick that has those 3 dogs, and the dogs they kept sliding and stuff like that, you know. I just don't understand not being able to just throw them out for a while until they actually get where they can start gripping again. Anyway, that's my rant. I don't understand why this dude. I don't understand why he gets so mad either. It's like they all want this. The Corso dictates the authority of specimen. Look at you crawling out of under your rock. I don't understand why they get so mad that people are having issues with him crossbreeding or just making mutts. I mean, I think the problem is that people are. That they want to call it a Corso when it's not a Corso. I think Alice is not much dog owner, but she's very inexperienced, probably over her head. Well, yeah, I think the fact that she has 3 boys is over her head. She has fairly younger dogs instead of an established routine. And I don't know why she has 3 males that all were intact at the same time. And 3 breeds that shouldn't be intact. Yeah, a lot of it was avoidable. But I think she has the mentality that she can do it all. She's going to show my opinion, her thought is that she's going to show everybody that she can do it. They're not going to tell her that she can't have 3 somewhat same-sex aggression dogs that are intact living in the same home. This is true. I know I go on these rants where I'm just like, all of a sudden I'm just spitting out information. Oh, absolutely. Ego. Yep. Well, that's the thing too. Well, yeah. They're not Corso. I'd love to see him try to hang those papers now that he's put it out everywhere that they're not Corso. Well, yeah. You can do it, but she should do it in a more cohesive way. You know what I mean? She should have gotten one, trained it, got another one, and then monkey see, monkey do, but she should have made sure that they were cohesive together. The thing is that she's got a Doberman, she's got a Euro Doberman, which is way different. If she'd have got an American Doberman, it might have worked a little better, but Euro Dobermans, they don't play that shit. The thing is that he's a really good, he seems to be a very intelligent one, and she seems to want to be heavy-handed. And she thinks by ruling with an iron fist, it's going to work. And so she's got a Rot, a Bandog, and a Doberman. And they're all males. And she doesn't want to neuter all of them, but then neuters the Doberman. And I don't think the Doberman was the problem. Because the Doberman could be really well trained if she would have just taken the time to work with it. But I think she got the Doberman young while she was still trying to work with the other ones. Yeah, I still have to watch more of it and see, but you can see the dynamic, and I think she's more afraid than not. I think she tries to rule with an iron fist, thinking that she's got ego versus understanding. Oh, the Doberman did? Right. This kills me too, the Genome Project. I don't think the Genome Project considers them a hybrid anymore. I'll have to look it up. Really stands up for herself. The Roddy gets into a scuffle very quick with a stray, and oh, yeah. Well, and if she does that, then they read that body language too. Yeah, I think it's a mess. Like I said, I'm going to do a reaction to it because I think there's a lot more going on there. And I think she's more about showing everybody that she can do it because people think that she can't. And there's a difference. As many years as I bred Dobermans, that's one thing that, there's a lot of people that say you can do it, but It's not for a lot of people. It's just some DNA being collected, which is right. Right. Yeah, I'll do a reaction to it. This one didn't seem to get as many as the other one. That other one with that ugly dog got a lot of reactions. I love this one. It calls them mixter bastards. Tie-in. There's no other type of. I don't understand why people want to keep separating them. Like I said, I think it was Zoe DeVita that asked the CCAA about when she was on the board about just separating the two. And they were like, oh, absolutely not. And I don't understand why. I mean, maybe it's a good idea that they do that. They have the Japanese Akita and the American Akita. I mean, maybe they should just separate them. Ignorance is bliss. Coming from your side, there's another type, and it's been bred and papered for 37 or 38 years. So what's your point? Don't even know what the real Corso dogs are made of. We know more than you think, but keep displaying your ignorance. I don't understand how he thinks he knows more than the people that actually created the breed. It's wild to me. Yeah.
MB.
So that was the video that that was the video here. That Will responded back. But yeah, so I don't know. But he did get a lot of, I don't know, he got some pretty good hate. I just don't understand how he thinks this is a good dog. I don't know who would want this dog. And he thinks this is good angulation. That head is wild to me. I think it's weird how the dog looks different in different angles. This tail's crazy. This tail's like an add-on, I swear. It almost looks like it has shepherd in it or something. I mean, I know it's got Roddy in it, but that's a wild tail. So this is what a Corso Roddy looks like. And this was his best one, he said. This is the best one out of the litter. He had a bitch, and he placed that on co-ownership so he could get puppies out of it. And then he placed another male, so in case this one don't work out, he can breed to that one. This is such a high tail set too. No rounded croup. I mean, barely rounded croup, I guess. I just feel bad. All this slip talk. The sabotage. This dog is so skinny. I mean, he did say that he didn't get any substance, but and they had a slow. I wonder if was this the one that he said had a slow mature? Was slow to mature because its coefficient was. But why this long? Why this chain? Why does he need this big ass logging chain? I mean, you could use a regular chain. I mean, do you think we need a thicker collar? I don't know. Maybe we need a thicker collar. And what did he say this dog weighed on the reaction video? 120 pounds or some crazy shit. Yeah, his name was Brick. And this dog's so easty westy. I mean, you can barely see it in the grass, but you can see it in the grass. These are easty westy feet. But it ain't gonna matter. His cowhocked and slip talks, no stifle, no depth in brisket. Long upper arm, short lower arm. I have a chain on my Boston. He also has two walking. Yeah. Well, I know this is so he can swivel. I mean, this is obviously a swivel. I don't know. I think we should get him a thicker collar. This is wild to me. Fuzzy ass head. He's so proud of this dog, though. All that fur. How furry this dog is. And this tail's got to curl, right? Would you think this tail's going to curl? Does it use bone anchors? Wild. It looks like it's got a little bit of Arctic breed in it somewhere. I don't know. Well, folks, these are the glory days. Says it right there. Anyway. Well, that's all I got for you today. Crazy stuff. Crazy stuff. Doesn't he remove 25% of the tail? I don't know what he said. This is the old European way. This is this is the old Satelli way in the standard. He said it somewhere. Yep, the glory days. This breeder, this head right here kills me. What is that? I feel like that dog got stung in its face. I mean, does it not look like it got stung in its face? I feel like it should be going to the vet, not standing at a show. That looks like an old Neo. I don't know. Right. I don't know.
Ah, ya está. De 2 años. Cumplió 2 años. Muy bien, pues verde, bien.
Yeah. Why did he turn around like that? Was he like, not sure. Okay. I'm not sure. He wasn't going to hit him at first. Did you see that?
Ah, ya está. Think that guy was shitting for a minute? Maybe just for a second. Yeah, dog got confused just for a second. Oops. I was like, I'll get you out of here. I think it's so weird how they used to look back in the day. Like, this is supposed to be a Great Dane. A bit, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Next for the thunderstorm, yeah. I'm gonna get off here. I gotta make dinner anyway, so I thank you for hanging out with me. Videos, right? Yeah, I'll have to do one of those. I have to do reactions on bite videos. Anyway, have a good night. Thank you for hanging out with me. I enjoyed that. That was fun. I was like, I couldn't believe this was happening. But anyway, probably be back Friday. So I'll put something in the thing, let you guys know. So I will talk to you later. Till next time.
Man, club justice system, but the deck set to fail. You speak for transparency, they call it a crime. Next day, you suspended for 6 months of your time. Pedigree, politics, trophies on the wall. Vanity awards while the ethics take a fall. They say it's for the free, but we know what it is. Power in the clubhouse, silence in the pit. Pedigree, politics, ribbons and lies. Smiles at the banquet, but the truth in disguise. You can muzzle the voice, but the truth don't crit. Dog show, kingdom built on counterfeit grit.